Alrighty. Alright. So I can't promise that everything is gonna work right today because I'm on the new PC. Very, very nice. Very, very big shout out to Origin PC. Uh, it got delivered on time. On time. Even though they said there was gonna be a 2-week delay, they still managed to deliver on time. On time. Hold that thought. The damn doorway phenomenon, man. You guys know I teach the doorway phenomenon. I walked out of the office while the music was playing. I was standing in the loft and I said, "The hell did I come out here for?" And I came back in. I forgot to grab tea. Is there a reason why my last stream got removed from Twitch? Yes, there is. So, as I showed you guys last week, there is this there's this very, very sad mounting bracket right here for my other monitor. And I am so accustomed to running a 3-screen setup that when I start having things stacked on top of each other, bad things happen. And the bad thing that happened was at the end of my last stream. Oh, that's not right. At the end of my last stream, I, open up the blinds. I'm sitting here, I'm getting ready for the delivery, and I'm hanging out with BCG over on his stream. And something doesn't feel right, right? Like I'm looking at my screen and I'm looking at my Twitch, and I'm like, something's not right. And the something that wasn't right was I never ended my stream on Friday. I just said, "All right, guys, I'm gonna take off," and I walked out of the room, but I never muted my mic, and I don't recall what conversations I had. So I just deleted the stream right away. Because I don't recall what conversations I had with my kid and whatever, and I'm not gonna run that risk. So I just deleted. It's like the third time in the history of my streaming. What? The third time in the history of my streaming that I've done that. But funny story. Let's start with the good. It's like the good, the bad, the ugly, and the what the fuck, right? That's how we're gonna do today, and then we'll get into some Ashes stuff. The good, the good. Um, was at hour 3 out of 5 when it got removed. Made a stupid face for sure. I am so sorry that happened. It was a good show on Friday too. Unfortunately, like I said, my daughter had come in to talk to me, and so I don't know what personal information had been said. So I didn't even have time to download it and at least kick it over to YouTube. Operational security teaches us when there's a leak, we plug it, and that meant just destroying it. So I do apologize for that. The good news is that pretty much everything we talk about on any show usually gets repeated in the next 2 shows. So the good, the really, really good. Number one, like I said, the PC arrived, and Origin, amazing company. Origin is really the kind of company that they follow a philosophy that really works. They overpromise. I'm sorry, they underpromise and they overdeliver. And what I mean by that is Origin had contacted me and said, we need to, well, I contacted them asking for a status update, and then they said they were probably going to need 2 more weeks. And they delivered on the date that my original delivery date. My original delivery date is the date I got it. Now, as you guys know, when you're setting up a new PC, and you've all been through this, you're like, shit, where's this file? Where's this file? So I've been up and down the stairs. Hey, I've been up and down the stairs about 60 times since Friday. And then I realized just as I was going live, I realized I was missing a couple of files. I'll have to go back down later today. But you guys know you're trying to get everything set up. When I tried to get my sound collar set up, and it just would not connect. So I said, "Fuck!" Like, what's shit, man? Don't tell me my brand new fucking PC has a Bluetooth issue. No Bluetooth devices would connect to my new PC. And so I said, "All right, it's getting late on Friday. I'm getting tired. I'm getting frustrated. Let me call them in the morning because it's a brand new PC." The guy made me feel so stupid. He's like, "All right, I'm looking at your build." He's like, "Give me 1 second." He's like, I like the origin guy. He's looking at my build and he's like walking through. He's like, "Dude, this is a sweet build." And just because you know that there's like that program thing that comes up in their script, compliment customer on their build. It wasn't like, "Oh, it looks like you bought a very good system from us." No, the guy was like, literally, it's a Saturday. He's just probably not going to get like 3 phone calls all day. He's like reading off the components and he's like, "Dude, this is a sweet build." He's like, "I know what your problem is. Did you hook up the antenna for the Bluetooth?" No. What the fuck? I can't show you guys, but I have like there's 2 coax cables in the back of my motherboard and a fucking like 6-inch fucking antenna for my Bluetooth. It's fucking crazy. So, Origin delivered. Now let's talk about the bad. Samsung. You guys make like really good monitors. And you guys know I've got this very sad, you know, yeah, is your computer plugged in? Is it turned on? Is the antenna connected? Well, yeah, I knew the first 2 of those. So I've got this really, really sad mounting bracket. And you guys know that my monitor went into Samsung because while I was trying to stream almost 2 weeks ago now, the iSaver mode was on and it puts that gray haze on the screen that then you have to mess around with. Well, I don't use it. I couldn't turn it off. And so I contacted them and I said, "Hey guys, what is going on here? I can't turn this setting off." And they're like, "Oh, you're going to have to send it in for warranty." And I said, "Okay." I sent it in on January 27th. They got it January 28th. And then on the 28th, I got a phone call from the technician that says, "Well, sir, you've sent us your monitor and I don't quite understand, but the feature you're expecting to work doesn't work that way." And I said to the tech, I said, "Well, would you like me to send you back your prototype monitor then?" And he kind of laughed. He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, the one on my desk works exactly how I'm expecting the other one to work. So, and the 2 downstairs work exactly the same way. So, what's going on?" And then he went back and he looked at it and he's like, "Oh, okay. I see what's going on." Well, that was the end of it. I was expecting to get my monitor back last Friday. I didn't get my monitor back. It hadn't even shipped. So this morning I called him and the tech support person was like, "Oh, we're replacing your monitor." And I'm like, "Well, that should be fucking easy." I'm like, "So when am I going to get it?" And he says, "Well, I don't see that information. I'll have to send you over to case management." I'm like, "Okay, send me over to case management." And I'm on. She comes, she asks, she says to me, I'm not playing the game at all. I'm using developer footage. She says to me, "Give me a few minutes while I look into your case." 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. Every about 3 minutes, she says, "I'm still looking." 18 minutes, 22 minutes. She comes back. She's like, "Give me a few more minutes." I said, "No, you're done with a few more minutes. You've had enough. I'll be back. What's going on?" She says, "We're going to call you back in 2 business days." I said, "What are you going to call me back in 2 business days for?" Well, we have to investigate I said, "Investigate what? You're replacing the monitor. The other guy already told me that." And so she says, "Well, we're going to have to call you back in 2 business days." And I said, "And no, we're going to figure out what's going on today." She's like, "Well, we're sending you a new monitor." I said, "Great, that's easy. Send me a new monitor. Why do we need to wait 2 days?" She says, "Because we have 9 9 days. It sounds like you have no idea how the customer service process works, buddy. You need to relax. No. I think you need to relax because when you accept piss poor customer service, then you expect piss poor customer service. And when you charge what you charge, if it takes you 22 minutes to read a customer file and then you can't even explain to me what the issue is, and then you start bullshitting me, because see, I write stuff down. I actually write stuff down that the previous guy told me. So that's actually funny. That's actually funny. The funnier part is, and that's the funnier part. But I believe in giving people a certain amount of time. I believe in giving people a certain amount of time to fix your issue. But when it takes you 22 minutes to, like, what are you reading in that 22 minutes? Somebody could read my entire like military record in 22 minutes. Like 22 minutes. Come on now. So then it was, well, we're going to call you back in 2 days. What are you going to call me back in 2 days for? And the previous person that we had to ban, it's always a good Monday when we start somebody's ban right off the bat. He's probably just upset because while he's down by the docks, people keep coming along and slapping the sailors' cocks out of his mouth. He doesn't know how to properly service his customers. He's getting hit in the face with man sausage. But so Samsung's going to call me back in 2 days to tell me that they're shipping me a monitor and when I can expect it. And the only response is going to be, don't you have a fucking warehouse full of monitors? Why did I buy a Samsung monitor? Because up until now, out of like the thousands of Samsung monitors that I've dealt with, thousands, because I used to have to do that shit in the military and keep track of what breaks and what doesn't and what's under warranty. Samsung had a very, very, very small failure rate. And now I tried to explain to him, I was like, right now, your failure rate for your monitors in my household is 25%. That's not a good number. And so the problem is that the people that you're talking to actually can't fix your problem. They have to put in a ticket and have somebody else fix it. So I'm not taking it out on the customer service. I'm taking it out on the customer service person when after 22 minutes, all you keep saying is I'm still looking into it. And then you come back after 22 minutes with, well, we're going to call you back in 2 days. Well, what do you need all this time for? Like, why don't you just tell me at the 4-minute mark? Kind of sounds like you're sour on Samsung. Not sure why you'd even buy one. Of course I'm sour on Samsung because I have an issue with them at the moment. Are you like the other guy's alt? Like, did you like come in here with like multiple accounts? Like, yes, I'm currently upset with Samsung. Imagine that. They have my monitor. They've known since the 29th of July they're replacing it, and it's been like 9 days and they haven't shipped me a new one. Yeah. It doesn't sound like I'm sour on Samsung. I am sour on Samsung. So, the ugly. The corporate taxes. I did not know that there was another 2.5% taxes that I had to pay. It's a tax that's being phased out. I didn't realize the tax was still in existence. So when the tax prep person calls me and says, "Yeah, you owe this. You're good on the government. You're good on the federal. You're getting a $300 return." On the state, however, you owe the state $222. And I was like, okay, so between the federal return and what I owe the state and what I have to pay you, we're like basically like even, right? We're basically evened out. And then I told the thing about the Friday show. That was funny. I'm sitting there, I'm just bullshitting with BCG. And, you know, of course I'm typing. So the end of the recording is like 40 minutes of people hearing BCG talk, but they have no idea what I'm saying to them because it's just showing my uh show ending thing. So that was kind of stupid on my part. Things happen. With that said, did you guys check out the live stream Steven was on yesterday? It was kind of weird, man. It was like Super Bowl Sunday, and they were like, Steven's gonna be appearing in 2 hours, and I was like, you're gonna be on the Theory Forge on a weekend, on Super Bowl weekend, on it, but I mean, you don't watch football, so it was no problem for me. Yeah. During the Super Bowl, I saw it, but I was watching the Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird. You're going to yeah, that's their usual show time. But you would think that they wouldn't. I mean, I guess that it doesn't really matter. I guess that it doesn't really matter that they oh, there you go. Superb Owl Sunday. Yes, Superb Owl. It is a superb owl. Um, I mean, their show did really good. So I guess it proves the point that a bunch of gamers are happier to Ashes fans are happier to listen to Steven than they are to watch the Super Bowl, which makes sense, right? But they were averaging like 500 viewers. Um so uh it's gonna be one of those shows. It's gonna be one of those shows. Which is okay. It was probably Steven who set the time. Very well could have been. You know, I don't see Steven as a huge football fan. That's 3 bands, I think. Yeah, we're at 3 bands. That's okay. Um I don't see Steven as a huge giant football fan. And if Steven was a huge football fan, I don't see him being a I don't see him being a huge Super Bowl Sunday person. I see Steven as the kind of person that does a big Super Bowl party at his house, but then spends more time socializing than he does anything else. Oh, what's going on here? Don't belong there anymore. So, new record, 3 bands in the start of the show. It's like this. If you don't have haters, you're not doing your job right. And if you do have haters, you live in their head rent free. The greatest part about living in somebody's head rent free is that they're thinking about you all the time and you don't even know that they're thinking about you. So, I mean, if the greatest thing in the world is for somebody to like hate on my show, then that's awesome. Especially since, I live in people's head rent free. There's like I live in so many people's heads rent free now. I wish I could sublet the space. I mean, they're clearly not using it. So, uh it would be a massive improvement over how they're utilizing it. Also, it was kind of funny. I was getting my computer set up and I was a little nervous, man. The guy that did the audio programs for OBS, the guy who created the Reaper plugins, he had him out there for free. He had him out there for free. He had him out there for free, and then he decided he decided he wants to get paid, right? He decided he wants to get paid. So he changed it so the Reaper plugins now cost $60. Now, I'm not saying that a guy that develops something isn't entitled to make some money. I just think $60 is like a really to go from free to 60. I think from free to 60 is like a really, really aggressive jump. Like somebody's gonna come along and since everything developed for um, OBS is open development, somebody's just gonna take what he developed and then make, like, instead of Reaper, they'll make the Grim plugins, and, you know, because it'll be a play off words, and then the guy's not gonna make any money that way. Like, it kinda goes against the spirit of, like, the community development of OBS. So I was actually kinda shocked. I was actually kinda shocked that he did that. Luckily, the way I backed up my settings, because you guys know I would never pirate software. I don't believe in that, but I have the free version, so I backed up my Windows. I backed up OBS, so the plugins are still there. I'll have to look for a long-term solution because I did check. He took the plugin down altogether. So, I was telling the people on the Ashes of Creation content creator Discord, and they looked and they're like, "Yeah, you can't get it anymore." But I mean, he did do an amazing job. He deserves to get paid. He deserves to get paid for it. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying that jumping right up to $60, man, that's probably that's probably ambitious. Also, I'm missing something on my OBS. Later. Thank you to the community as well for letting me know that I had not updated the schedule. I fixed that. So the schedule display should be right. I saw somebody ask, am I gonna double back? I watched the live stream with Steven. It was kind of weird. Some people were hearing things for the first time, and Talents, if you're here, I'm calling you out by name. Talents was one of them. Talents, like, jump up and down on me. He's like, he said something. I was like, yeah, this information's not new. We've known about this for a couple of years. He's like, well, Lex doesn't know it, and it's not on Ashes 101. And I said, hold up, let me go check my notes. I said, before that, let me go and find. I pulled it. People didn't notice or didn't know some of this stuff, and it's just buried. And then Talents asked me, he says, why isn't it on Ashes 101? I said, man, I don't know. Let me go check my note, because my creator notes are still on my downstairs computer. I said, oh, it's because I have it written down, but I have a 5Y. If you guys don't know what a 5Y is, it's if you're going to provide information about something, how many questions are people going to ask about it? And if you get to 5 questions that people are going to ask about it, it's probably you need to get a little bit more clarification. NDA is going to be lifted next month. Now it gets real. Can't wait to watch Jay play the game. Yes. Remember, I will be busy February 19th through the 22nd. And then it'll get even harder with my NDA in place. But I'm willing to shoulder that burden. I was hearing a lot of it for the first time, but I also only knew this game in December of 2020. Well, the first thing I'm going to say is welcome to the community. Oh, not Ashes. First thing I'm going to say is welcome to the community. Second thing I'm going to recommend is Ashes 101. Ashes 101 and the wiki go together like really, really nicely. The wiki is like the library, the stacks where you go to study. Unfortunately, there is a flaw with the wiki. And the flaw with the wiki is every single thing cited on the wiki is accurate until you get a very specific soundbite that says it's not accurate. And what I mean by that is, let's say there's a citation on the wiki that says Vecker green. So the wiki puts up Vecker green. And then Steven says, well, variations of the Vec can be red or blue. And then flaw with the wiki. And so you have this citation that says the Vecker green. And then you have a citation that says Vec can be variations of red or blue. Well, the fact that they said Vec can be variations of red or blue, does that mean they can be green, red, or blue? Or does it mean that in 2017 you said the Vec are green, and in 2021 you said the Vec can be variations of red and blue. Sometimes you got to go back to Steven and very specifically say, all right, you've said this and you've said this. Are all these accurate, or is the color changed? Or which can I get a soundbite from you that says the Vec are no longer green? And so Steven's a good sport about it. Steven understands that with the wiki, you need a lot of care and feeding of a wiki. Oh, full disclosure, I think if Steven knew that in 2021 the game wouldn't be launched yet and they would be like in the state they're in, I don't think that they would have told anybody about Ashes of Creation until 2019. They would have just quietly worked on it. They would have just quietly worked on Ashes of Creation. They had enough money to develop. They would have just pressed forward with a small team, like a 28, 30, 40 person team, and then gotten a lot more done before they came to the public. Remember, Margaret, Lieutenant Toast, Steven, they have a very, very time-consuming job. Their time-consuming job is pretty much 24/7. Keeping an eye on the Discord, keeping an eye on content creators who just make up bullshit, keeping an eye on media articles that get the story wrong enough that you need to correct them. I saw on MMORPG.com, I think, them describing Final Fantasy, because they write that little game description of all their games. Like 4 classes with multiple subclasses, and I said that hasn't been accurate since like 2009, maybe 2010, maybe. That description would have been accurate, but it's just been up on their website for a decade. Nobody's addressed it. It's a complete list of incomplete information. Yes, it is a complete list of oftentimes contradictory information. Am I excited about the Final Fantasy XIV news at all? Yes, I am stoked about the Final Fantasy XIV news. In fact, the Final Fantasy XIV news may actually result in me doing a playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV just for something to do, only because I know how far off we are from Ashes of Creation being persistent. Yeah, I'll probably stream it. I'm also thinking about doing a Cyberpunk playthrough. I want to finish out doing the paradox points in some polls for Cyberpunk playthrough, like a viewers drive it sort of deal. So yeah, there's a couple of things I want to do. As far as if I'm excited for the Final Fantasy XIV patch, yes. I am ecstatic for the Final Fantasy XIV patch. I was stoked when I found out that they were doing the Lunarians, that they're doing the travel to the moon. I was glad to find out that we're finally done with this storyline. The only thing I'm not happy about is that we're finishing the storyline between now and the next 2 years. I feel like that is going to be rushed. I feel that there is more than enough content to finish off everything except the Garlemald Empire, and then that could have been its own expansion. Like, we could have done all the other stuff, and then we really could have just brought everybody back to the first, and we could have done a really in-depth story. And we may, just because we're finishing up this storyline doesn't mean the game is ending. I'm also going to say I have, you guys aren't going to like me if you're Final Fantasy XIV fans, but this is right this day, 8 February 2021. I think they're going to increase the level cap to 90. And then, just like Cecil in the Lunarians and Final Fantasy II on Super Nintendo, but 6 in the Spectrum, I think we're gonna go to a new world, and we're gonna start over as level 1, and I think we're gonna be getting 5 classes. You're gonna get 1 tank class, 1 magic class, 1 physical damage dealer, 1 ranged magic dealer, and, you know, I think so 1 tank class, 1 melee, 1 healer, uh, 1 magic, 1 ranged. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think we're gonna end up on a new world just like when Louis Suisse sent us all to the future, 5 years to the future for a Realm Reborn. Uh, I think we are going to have a game reset where if you're in the new world, you're on your new class, and if you're in the old world, then you keep all your level 90 shit. Because what did and truthfully, work with me here for a second. What makes more sense? To have everybody's level and squash what WoW did, or to send you if you have like 6 other worlds that haven't been touched yet, just giving people a new adventure with the same characters, with a new class so that you build it. Rent free. I'm just not in the mood. Not a good day. Not a good day. So, if anybody gets caught up in the banning because today is not going to be a good day to just come in and be dumb. So, the best part is that because of the slight delay, the person doesn't even get their 2 seconds of fame on the screen because I can catch them. You were off screen and you missed that one. Let's see. Sparky forgot to do over the weekend and write his E5's yearly evaluation report. It was only 1 though, so I knocked it out this morning. Yeah, but Sparky, you strike me as the senior NCO type that actually does midterm feedbacks. And you strike me as the senior NCO type that probably has the Excel spreadsheet of all the, like, you know, all the bullets and stuff that you've ever written. So you can kind of just like roll down the list and be like, I need this bullet, this bullet, this bullet. Because I mean, let's be honest. For the most part, performance reports are bullshit anyway, because the same people do the same job. It's just you rotate personnel in to do the job. It's like I used to always, as a courtesy, give the officers who would come in behind me, I would just give them copies of the bottom half of my OPR. Well, no, actually, I would give them copies of everything except the personal information. I would give them the job description and the job description and then all the bullets. And I'd be like, here's my performance report from the job I was doing. So you can not have to think this through too hard. Like, don't overthink it. Just copy pasta. So, oh, I also, while I was setting up my PC on, Varys, I got the meeting scheduled with Visual Impulse by Design, so that's really cool. That's really, really cool. What's up, Void Doc? So yeah, I'm really looking forward to sitting down with them. I sit down with them in about 10 days. Oh, you know what? I gotta install the media controls. Plugin. That one is installed. It's just not working. So, I just had to do an annual evaluation on all 43 of my nurses. Just went through my mental notes to remember if they killed anyone. Well, I mean, call me crazy, and oftentimes people do, but I'm just guessing. I'm just spitballing here that if you had a nurse that killed anybody, you probably didn't have just a mental note of that. You probably had something like, oh, I don't know, the lawsuit paperwork to remind you that happened. I could be wrong. I think it's a safe bet that, you know, you would remember that one. Um, it's like I used to joke and then I got pulled to the side and said it wasn't funny. I used to make the joke, said, "Yeah, for your guys' performance evaluations, all I need to do is remember when the last time anybody hit a building with a bus." Apparently, the kid couldn't take a joke. Like, the kid got an LOR for hitting a building with a bus, and then he was offended that he got publicly made fun of. Shit, if I hit a building with a bus and I had the choice between paying for the damage or getting made fun of, I'll make fun of me. I don't care. It depends on if the hospital lawyers cover it up fast enough. Oh, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Ugh, you guys have no idea the restraint. It's like the restraint of not going down that one, but I'm not going to do it. So yeah, last night's live stream with those guys was pretty good. Steven was actually worried. He said, "Uh-oh, I'm giving out a bunch of information I've never given out before." And I sent him a message, sent him a PM afterwards, and I was like, "No, you're not. No, you're not, dude." What I told him, it's like a Hershey bar, right? He has given out all 12 pieces of the Hershey bar in the past, and last night he just talked about some stuff, all in like one conscious stream of thought. And he was like, "Here you go, here's everything." He's like, "Have we talked about all this?" And I was like, "Yes." I was sitting there listening. I was like, "Yeah." I was like, I don't think there was anything new for me last night, except, um, I don't think there was anything new last night except for the discussion of blunt, slashing, and piercing weapons. But don't panic, people. Don't panic until it's not going to be like Arcade until we get the other like 60% of that. It in talking about armor and weapons and the damage they deal. Normally, a game doesn't do blunt, piercing, slashing because you generally don't need to. It's an overcomplication because generally your plate armor is resistant to physical damage, and your light armor, your robes, are already vulnerable to physical damage. So you don't really need to put in any mechanics that are going to modify or change that. With that said, Arcade completely destroyed their game when they were like, "Oh, what we're going to do is we already have an unbalanced combat system. So let's go ahead and just add more unbalance to our already unbalanced combat system." And then they couldn't figure out why suddenly everybody wore plate. And they said, they were like, "Well, we're trying to make it so all of the armor types are applicable." And you were talking to him like, "But we know that's not the case. We know in Arcade, plate was better in filling your magic gap, or cloth was better in filling your physical gap, but and then just wear a shield." And then archers would like, "I'm gonna kill that." Never mind, he's got a shield. And then the problem with Arcade is it started off as a good game, and they just kept changing it for the sake of changing it. I don't think they ever had a clear destination of where they wanted to get to. So, you ended up with the pile of trash at the end that it was. Somebody's trying to tell me that Arcade is looking really good in 2021, and I said, "Yeah, it's looking so good that the company is just straight building a new game." You know, when a sequel comes out, that's pretty much the sign for we're done. Alpha Patch Arcade re-releases the dream. Yes. Alpha Patch. Yes. I think that they made some good changes. Well, no, let me back that up. No, I don't. I think Alpha was the greatest part of it. The problem with Arcade Alpha was There was 120 classes, and there was one S tier, because I know you millennials like your S tier shit. I would call it A tier. Um, there was one class in alpha that was miles beyond broken over everything else. Gypsy was, if you knew how to play a Gypsy, if you knew how to play Gypsy, you had a 90% chance of beating anybody. And the only way another Gypsy could beat you is whoever got the first startling strain off first won. Because Gypsy from Alpha had healing power and magic attack blended into one stat. And that is just unbelievable. Stop calling Zoomer shit millennial shit. Well, what do I care? I'm not a millennial. I'm a member of Generation X. So I don't care. Like Mist song, Luskas and Kraken on the tower. Baby Jeff. Yeah. One of the things I'm glad Steven has talked about many, many times is that the ocean, a lot of people are like neglecting the ocean. You guys have, there's a reason why. I'm a millennial and a fan of accuracy. There is a reason why I use this Nodes by the Sea picture, and on it I have a Kraken just under the clock. Let me move that. I didn't realize that one had gotten kicked over so far. My Nodes by the Sea example. There we go. That'll work. And I have the Kraken there, and it's there intentionally because ocean content in Ashes of Creation is designed to be as meaningful as land content. Now, Steven did talk about something last night in the live stream, which I think a lot of people need to brace for impact. Not every single thing that they want to have in the game is going to be in the game on launch day. I'm sure back in 2018, when the grass was greener, the herds were more lush, the sun wasn't so hot, and you worked less hours. They wanted the whole list at launch. And now I would not, the before times. Now I would not be surprised in the slightest if they've started collecting like features and started making those, okay, this is going to be the 60-day, this is going to be the 60-day DLC, this is going to be the 120-day DLC, because let's be honest, if we wait until every single thing they want to have in the game is in the game won't come out till 2030. They need to get truthfully, they need to get the core viable product done. And the core viable product needs to be knocked out in most of 2021. If we're getting into 2022 and the core viable product isn't done, unfortunately, Intrepid is, I think Intrepid can go the next 10 months. Intrepid can go the next 10 months with, especially since Chronicles of Illyria is, the GOAT right now, and not the greatest of all time. They are the fucking GOAT. They are the red ribbon loser at the moment. Unless Steven gets into a car accident, drunk driving, naked, and gets out of the car on the expressway and starts running around, I don't think there's anything Steven can do as a studio owner and as a creative director. I don't think there's anything he could do or say that would be like, hold up, we were going to talk about this Chronicles of Illyria story, but in tonight's evening news, I don't think, and Steven doesn't drink, so we don't have to worry about that. I honestly don't think any game studio can fuck up bigger than Chronicles of Valyria right now. So this gives the other game studios like breathing room. Like Cyberpunk 2077 was, and I want to give you guys when I talk about stuff on the show and then I can dial it back in with a more concrete example. I like to do that. I talked about media cycles. Remember, I talk to you guys all the time about marketing and advertising and how important it is to be in control of your media cycles. Cyberpunk is getting the dog shit beat out of it in the media. Bad media, bugs, things not fixing, or things not getting patched, things not working, and then all of a sudden, they come out with a statement, and they come out with their first statement of, if you want a refund, we'll give you a refund. Now, there's problems getting refunds, and although that's not their problem, it's their problem. So now they did the right thing. We're going to give you refunds, and now people think it's the creators not issuing the refunds, and it's not. It's Microsoft Online, and it's the PlayStation Store issues. So then that's going. And then all of a sudden, a lawsuit comes out, and then the president of the company releases an apology. And then just when it looked like they were turning off the playing defense, now people's game saves are corrupted because not proper testing and blah, blah, blah. So CD Projekt Red were on their heels for weeks in the media. They were on their heels for weeks until Chronicles of Valyria fucked up. And then CD Projekt Red caught some relief because what became the main news, even though it wasn't a video game specific centric story, but what happened was GameStop. And GameStop, because it's got game in it, it's where video gamers go to get games. Their stock thing became the running story. CD Projekt Red didn't get a turnover and didn't go on the offense. They did this. Shit, not us. Not us. Not us. It's not on us. And that's all they did. They pieced out. They never got control. They never got positive control of their media cycles. They simply had to endure getting beaten up in the media until something else came along. That's why Intrepid Studios is sitting pretty right now. They really are sitting pretty. All they have to do is not fuck up. It's like when Jamie Foxx looks over at his assistant in Law Abiding Citizen. Don't fuck up. Do I think Cyberpunk or Mass Effect's Andromeda bombed their release more? Well, I will say Mass Effect bombed their release more because didn't Cyberpunk set the record for the most successful game launch financially, even with all of the hoopla going on? I mean, haven't they made a tremendous amount of money? In which in the end, one of the lawsuits against them is going to get dropped without a doubt, because the judge is going to say the stock was riding high until the exact moment you decided to sue them, and by virtue of your lawsuit, you drove the stock price down. So, what's your beef? No, I think Mass Effect Andromeda bombed their release more. I don't think they ever recovered. Let me see if I can grab some quick stats. But I don't think they ever recovered. Cyberpunk, once they got that patch pushed out for the PC, the game runs fine on PC. The game runs fine on PlayStation 5. The game runs fine on the new Xbox. It just doesn't run well on the consoles. Now, I'm not excusing them because the game was supposed to launch, right? When the game was supposed to launch, the two consoles that were out were the old councils. So there's really no way you can say, oh well, we didn't know that the software wasn't going to run on those consoles, because what consoles were you building for then? Like, it seems like you knew that it was going to run like shit on the old consoles. So you waited until the new consoles were out, and then you could just be like, well, 60%. I think Mass Effect Andromeda almost killed the franchise outright. They said they were going to follow up with fixes. Never really went back. Steven talks about this a little bit in last night's live stream, and why I'm glad he did. People were talking about how to do an interview with Steven. It's weird. People were like, "This is how you do an interview with Steven," and I'm like, "No, the way you do an interview with Steven is the way the rest of us know how to do it, and you're not a content creator." So it, there's different ways to do interviews with different people. The way you interview Steven is ask him a question that's answerable, a question that he wants to answer, and then a question that he can answer. Does Steven want to talk about Ashes of Creation? Yes, of course he does. He agreed to do an interview. He is on your show, my show, their show, somebody's show. He agreed to do an interview. He wants to talk. Don't ask him questions. Well, if it's a Tuesday in November and the ending number of the date is odd, and my castle region was successfully defended, and 3 of the nodes were successfully sieged, but 5, like, he's gonna be like, so I can't really answer that. Um, uh, I can't really answer that. But what I will tell, like, ask him a question that he wants to be asked. If you guys saw, what? Hold on. I'm trying. Deep Impact. Um, Deep Impact is a movie where the reporter doesn't understand what she's uncovered, right? And I don't want to spoil the movie. It's a good movie. Deep Impact, if you haven't seen it, it's a good movie. Reporter has uncovered something, and they want her to ask a question. So they give her first question in the White House briefing room, and I can do this without spoiling the movie. She asks her question, and the president answers, and he's like, "But I think you have another question." Like, he's literally like, foot stomping, ask me the fucking question. That's how you get information out of Steven. Ask him a question that he wants to answer, and let him run with it. Let him absolutely take off and run with it. So don't ask him about, well, I know you said summoners are going to be developed last. Okay, well, don't ask him about summoners then. If he was here right now, I'd be like, so since tank is the next archetype that we're expecting to see in the videos, what's been the most exciting thing about the tank redesign in the last couple of months? Obviously, tank is gonna be more on the forefront of his mind, because he is working about it. Yeah, it's useless to ask about bards and summoners right now. Another one would be like, watch this. I'll give you a question. So, Steven, you said that the jump in the air and twirl for the fireball animation is going to be reworked. I know you said that the fireball is going to get some sort of other animation, and that jump in the air and twirl is going to be repurposed. What skill are you thinking of repurposing it to? Then you might get a little something outside of what we already know. So, how can I make a question to Steve? First of all, his name is Steven, not Steve. Put an N on it. And how could I hear this response? Every month they do a Q&A where they take about 10 questions from the forums. Also, unless I've been a naughty monkey, I should be doing another interview this year. When my interview time comes up, if I get one this year, I work with my community to flush out the roster of questions. Just like we did the other day, we sit here and we like we tweak and we refine. Yeah, December 31st at 23:59 is when he scheduled me. I'm sure he'll schedule me for like probably June, I would imagine. Or I'll do it on his birthday again. Is this game promising? I wrote it off a year ago. I would say the game is promising. Uh, the game is definitely improved in the last year. We're getting ready. We're getting close. We're more than the Eagles getting a Super Bowl next year. Savage. We're getting ready to have some open test, well, not open testing, non-NDA testing in March. So we're getting ready to have some non-NDA testing in March. That would probably be March 19th, probably when you want to swing back. Because then I won't have an NDA and I'll be able to showcase and demonstrate whatever's in that build. Questions are taken at random for the Q&A, like questions are lumped together. So if someone asks a very similar question, just like it and figure out something else to ask. Yes. The third go around on the rules is always the best. But oh wow, I kept thinking the last flag was no NDA. Yeah, March has no NDA either. That's the content creator showcase, which if they're doing it right and they're doing it properly, they will make the announcement in February that they're going to open up Alpha 1 sales after the March test. I see no problem with them announcing it that they're going to open it after the March test. And you guys know I don't want to go down that rabbit hole for 45 minutes, but if they open up the sales before March, then they're going to run into problems and you reap what you sow. So, pray with me. Don't fuck up the PvP system and repeat. No, that would actually be a bad prayer. That would be a bad prayer. The prayer would actually be, please don't fuck up combat, because you don't want to say don't fuck up the PvP system. You want them to not fuck up all of combat, because combat, yes, in some games PvP is the driving factor. In Ashes of Creation, the combat system has to be good. The PvE and the PvP, otherwise you're going to have a hard time. So they need to not fuck up the combat system. What does no NDA mean? Can you stream it live? Yes. No NDA means no non-disclosure agreement, which means I can live stream. I will be in the game. I will be streaming like 12-hour days, like all week. We will do like X class for a couple of hours, X class for a couple of hours, X class for a couple of hours. And then I will try to get into a lot of things. Gonna be a lot of it's gonna like literally I'm gonna have stuff on the screen that's gonna be like cleric. And it's literally gonna say, if you're not asking me a question about cleric, I'm not gonna answer it, because then I want to be able to take that cut, just chop it and send it right to YouTube as 2 hours on cleric, 2 hours on fighter, 2 hours on tank, 2 hours on mage, 2 hours on ranger. So it'll literally say on the screen, instead of QA open, it'll say cleric only, rogue only. Well, rogue probably won't be in March. In fact, I would say rogue most definitely won't be in March. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. So what else is going on, guys? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, one of the fixed it on the fly. Do you think it's possible for an MMORPG to have a global or international tournament? No, I do not think it's possible for an MMORPG to have a global or an international tournament, and here's why. Because ping is a factor. Latency is a factor. And the further away one team is from the server rather than the other, it gives them an inherent advantage. Now, some people are going to say, well, you could build the game around server side checks, and those are the games that are absolutely horrible. Those are the ones that are absolutely horrible. There's a reason why they're doing servers in the East Coast, Central, and West Coast for North America. There's a reason why the servers are in Frankfurt for Europe, and I would not be surprised if they put servers in a secondary location in Europe. Europe is really big. I imagine they'll have 2 time zones for Europe. But hosting a tournament on location like most tournaments from other games is a thing. Yes, because you're hosting it on location, which means everybody is playing on the same ping because everybody is in the same location. Now, the thing about MMORPGs is Ashes. So why can't there be a tournament? There can be for some games. But for MMORPGs, it's a little bit different because if gear matters, then if you normalize the gear, then you have then you have issues. Isn't like 90% of Europe in the same time zone? No, Europe has 4 time zones, if I recall correctly. They have 4. They have UTC plus 0, which is Iceland, UTC plus 1, which is the United Kingdom and Portugal. Well, hold on. You have UTC plus 0, UTC plus 0 plus 1, UTC plus 1 plus 2, and UTC plus 2. So yeah, they have 4. You have UTC plus 0 in the winter, and UTC plus 1 is DST for the United Kingdom and Portugal. So yeah, they have 4 time zones. There are international tournaments in Conqueror's Blade that's kind of an MMORPG, but with latency issues. Exactly. Is there fall damage? Yes. Does fall damage affect everyone the same, or does your armor or other stats matter? We don't know if your armor or other stats matter yet. Is there a weight? We don't know that yet either. A lot of that stuff is still under design. So yeah, I mean, you could do an MMORPG tournament. I just don't know how many people would care. Because gear is a factor. Yeah. Then you run into the issue where it's entirely skill based. All characters have the same gear loadouts, and the only thing that would be customized is the augments and talent. Most of Europe is UTC plus 1 anyway. No, it's not. It's not. Unless you're not counting like Finland and everybody between Russia and Poland. I mean, I know a lot of you don't. Well, I mean, I guess nobody counts Russia. So we'll call it 3. I'm sure you probably answered this a while ago, but has your guild decided on a server region yet? No, my guild won't decide on a server region. My guild won't decide on a server region until I know what the prime time window is. See, for Tamir and me, it's easy. Tamir and I, we have the flexibility. Yeah, Russia gets their own server. Tamir and I have the flexibility where we can stay up till 11. If we have to, we can stay up till midnight. If we have to, we can put dinner on the table at 4. If we have to, we can put dinner on the table at 5. If we have to, we can put dinner on the table at 6. It's going to depend on what that prime time window looks like. So I would imagine Paradox will probably end up in the Central Time server simply because it is easy enough for East Coast people to stay up an hour early, to stay up an hour later. And then it's easy enough for the West Coast people to know that they got to grab dinner on the go or they got to eat dinner late than it is to try to get everybody else, unfucked when it comes to what we're trying to do. Remember, primetime servers are going to line up where it's gonna be like 3 to 11, and I don't think 3 to 11 is a good time. I don't think 3 to 11 is a good time, and that's something I wanna talk to Steven about, like, not talk at Steven, I wanna talk with Steven about. I don't know if Steven, in his history, has ever actually done a 9 to 5er. I don't think Steven has ever not been an entrepreneur. So I don't think Steven understands the mentality behind, um yeah, exactly, 3's too early. I don't think Steven understands that the average working adult slowly, I don't gotta make sure all these cables and okay, go. Um, so I don't know if Steven understands the idea. I don't know if Steven understands the idea that, um, yeah, people aren't some people aren't home now, I will say this. I will say this. I understand that like 46 Nation says 5:30. I understand that there are people who no matter what time zone is picked, I understand that no matter what yeah, I understand that no matter what time is picked for prime time, a percentage of people are going to be boned. That is unfortunately a compromise. A compromise is when nobody's happy, right? A compromise is when a bunch of different people need something and at the end nobody is 100% happy. Um Prefer like 6 7 to 10 to 11. 6 to 7 to 10 to 11 is too short. That is absolutely too short because uh there are if you do 6 to 10, well, that's Siege and the 2-hour window, and then that is it for prime time for the day. So you're probably gonna have something like 5 to 11. I want to play on any server from EU. Can they put the events at 10 a.m., 8 to 10 a.m. so it's good for me? Yeah, no, they can't. Period. Done. So, um, there you go. The answer is no. You're Europeans, you're probably not going to play on an NA server. Not if you have a job. Because the events are going to be in the middle of the night for you because they're in the prime time of the night. Is it going to lead to an issue where you choose the correct time slot or you choose close to a server for ping or general gameplay? Well, you're not going to have that problem because the server location is going to correspond with the region. So, since they're using AWS, it's really easy for you to figure out how far from a server you're likely to be. In North America, I don't know where the West Coast servers are, but I do know it's Ohio and like North Carolina. There's not one in Chicago. There's not one in St. Louis. So I'm going to be connecting to Ohio. At the end of the day, though, I would much rather connect to Ohio than West Coast or East Coast. Um, Now some people were like, "What about the Middle East?" Well, it's going to be Bahrain. Well, they could put a server in. No, they can't. They're using AWS. So it's really simple. When people start the debate of they should put a server in, the answer is does AWS have a server there, server farm there? If the answer is yes, there's hope. Amazon Web Services. That's where they are. That's the yeah, Google AWS Global Infrastructure to see the server locations. Exactly. So if you want to know where the closest the server could possibly be to you, just Google AWS Global Infrastructure and you'll see where they have data centers. If there's no data center there, there's no data center there. So it's not like they can just magic a fucking Google data center there. Believe me, Google has it figured out where like Google knows where they want to have or sorry, Amazon knows where they want to have data centers. Google knows where they want to have data centers too, but they're not using Google, they're using AWS. So, let's see. I may have to go with another guild that will suit my prime time better. Yeah, probably. Good afternoon. My stream won the grand prize in Stream Raiders. I have a question in your best advice of how I should raffle away these prizes. I don't have any advice for you because that is a big can of worms. I don't know anything about you. I don't know your location. I don't know your laws. All I have to say as my best advice for you is that no matter how you raffle it off, do it fairly. That's why I asked, I don't know. Well, if I ask you a bunch of questions and you say I don't know, and I say, well, I don't know you, I don't know your location, I don't know your laws, and then your response back is I don't know. Well, you see the problem here? You see the problem? If you don't know your laws, I'm not going to know your laws. I know my laws. If you're in the United States, I can help you a little bit. You're not in the United States, got to know your local laws. Also realize you don't want to lose your ass on shipping. You also don't want to lose your ass on fraudulence. Does the community CP goal work well compared to any other giveaway you have done? Um, I only have the community point goal there to get people to use up community points because some people are here for like the entire show all day, every day. Um, so I mean, if you all if you have the items and you want to give them away, give them away. Um, just make sure that you cover your ass with your state and local federal law and you know, uh don't do what the one Twitch streamer did and say he's giving away a grand prize and then didn't give it away and Twitch was like, "Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. The person has the clip of you saying that you were going to give away X. You haven't given away X, so your channel is now closed until the person you said you were going to give something to receives it or until you provide proof of delivery." Um that also, I want to let you guys know that if you are a small streamer, you're going to get involved in streaming. Contests can get you reported to the Federal Trade Commission, and they take that shit seriously. I got a warning letter from the FTC back in my Arcade days, and the FTC person was really cool about it. But contests scare you. Well, they should, because there's always people that are there always there are always people that are upset that they didn't win. And some people take it to extreme levels. Where is uh uh I got to give away 2 codes today. Um being a business owner, the government always scares me. Well, truthfully, if you don't all right, V man, I'm going to give you like a minute's worth of 50-cent legal advice. If you own a business and you are a streamer, you had damned well better make sure that you have a very definitive veil between your business and your streaming, unless you're intending for the two to intertwine. You need to make sure that you have all of your T's crossed and your I's dotted to make sure you're legal in both feet and legal in both things. Jahlon is a character who appears on this Twitch. Jahlon, the character, does not own this channel. The human being behind this character is the sole shareholder of the C corporation that owns the Twitch channel. You see where I have that very definitive break. It is nearly impossible to sue me, the human being behind this character, for something that happens on this channel. There is the corporate veil. There is a corporate level of protection there. I did that after several shenanigans I saw. I said, fuck it. For about $1,200, I can buy myself a separation of protection. If you're in the States, the only thing I will tell you is this. If you're in the States, you cannot do consideration. You cannot do consideration, which means you cannot, and I see people do this shit and I tell them, they yell at me and I'm like, well then fuck you, you're wrong, but I'm not going to fight with you. You cannot give people additional chances to win if they pay, because some states consider that consideration. So you need to make sure that the cleanest, neatest, easiest way is that you just use Nightbot. Everybody gets one ticket. Yeah, well, no, you need to look into your state, all of the states that you make it available in, all of the countries you make it available in. The fastest way, and then you got to remember, you got to exclude people from Quebec. Whenever you're going to do a big giveaway like what you have, you got to exclude people from Quebec, because Quebec is fucked up and you need to publish all the rules in French, and I'm not making that up. You need to write yourself terms and conditions depending on the value of the item. Depending on the value of the item, you got to write some terms and conditions. But the fastest way for the United States is and you can talk to me more on my Discord offline, because this is going to get into some content creator stuff. The fastest way for you is to just make it I would just make it eligible. Yeah, I always just, when I say the Discord, I link it. Just make it eligible for people in the continental United States, so you don't have to pay fucking whack-ass shipping to Hawaii or Alaska, and say just continental United States. So it's the 48 continental states, rip everybody else. That way you don't have to fuck with customs. You don't have to fuck with any of that. And then you just say, fucking, what's the terminology? Certain exclusions apply. 18 or up to enter, blah, 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 blah. Depends on the value of the item. That's why most of the time I give out stuff that's $25. Also, depending on the value of the item, I will tell you this. You are technically supposed to get tax information from them, depending on the value of the item. That's why I give gift cards away of $25, because then fuck it. I don't have to, well, it's a $20 gift card, then you're covered. So, yeah, $20 gift card is fine. That's also why the corporation never gives anything out on this channel. I do. Jay does. Jay gives out stuff. Because fuck it. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. I'm giving you something. Anyway. Good though. Congratulations for winning. Congratulations for winning. Somebody asked me in a PM, I'm not going to read their name because I never read names out of PMs. With Intrepid working with AWS and Amazon developing its own MMORPG, do you think AWS could or will do some fuckery with throttling Ashes during prime times or conflicting launch events? The answer to which is no. Amazon Web Services is not going to get themselves into a fucking multiple hundreds of millions, if not billion-dollar fine for that sort of fuckery. Hi, friend. I heard you can hook us up with some Alpha 1 keys. Who told you that? So. Who told you? Who told you that I can hook you up? Let me know who said I could hook you up with Alpha 1 keys. I want to make sure to give them a shout out. I heard that from military's officers. Always seem suspects. Yeah, you're my friend. Sparky, I don't think I ever called and enlisted a friend. I said, you can call me at 2 o'clock in the morning because you're drunk and you don't want to get a DUI and you're not going to get in any trouble, and we'll stop at Denny's and we'll eat pancakes till you sober up. But at the end of the day, I'm not your friend. I can't be your friend. That really big, thick thing that I kept on my nightstand called the UCMJ, that thing says I can't be your friend. We will never be friends. We will never be friends. Now that I'm retired, a lot of them are my friends. It was also, it was kind of shitty, man. It was kind of shitty. I got my commission. I got my commission across my promotion date to E7. I have a bunch of E6, E7, E8 friends. And then all of a sudden I became an officer and they all knew that it was like, yes, sir. No, sir. Good to see you, sir. Congratulations, sir. And that sucked, man. That sucked because these were my friends. Like 3 months prior, I was hanging out with these guys at the bar, right? Years ago, we were all doing stupid airman tricks together, and now, you know, um, I run into him at dinner because it's, it's not a small military town, but it's still small. I've only ever been a civilian. Can we be friends? Oh, I can be friends with everyone now because I'm retired. Uh, I got that thing signed by Commander in Chief Cheeto Poof. He said, "Thank you for your years of service. You are hereby retired." I said, "Thanks, friend." I had an officer who was friends with us. It was hard because the lines kept blurring. Yeah, man. I was never friends with any of my officers when I was enlisted. I didn't. Cheeto Poof, Donald Trump, former commander in chief. Um, I was never friends with any of my officers, and then I had to slap some lieutenants. Who I had some lieutenants who blurred the lines with their airmen, and I had to sit the lieutenants down and be like, you are their boss. They are not your friends." And then of course, had the lieutenant who was wearing a string bikini at the base pool hanging out with a bunch of airmen. I don't understand why I'm getting an Article 15. I don't understand why you don't understand why you're getting an Article 15. I don't understand why you don't understand that is inappropriate behavior. Period. Period. It's not fair. Yeah, move on. Try more. So, you got an Article 15 for underage drinking, the good old days. It was funny. I was sitting there. I asked my TI. I said, "Hey, it's been a long basic training. When I go over, when I go over to the pizza joint, can I have a beer?" He says, "You may have a beer while you're on base. I do not permit my flight, any of the 21 and up. I do not permit I do not allow you to drink while you're on base on town pass." He's like, "You'll see I don't allow that." He says, "If you want to have a beer, you have a beer on base." He's like, "But I will tell you, you are 21. Like the four other guys in my flight were 21. He's like, "If you are all together, that is fine. But while you have a beer on the table, my rules, you don't have anybody from the flight at your table because there's four of you that are 21. And I said, "Got it." I saw people get fucking Article 15s in basic training for having beers on the table, and TIs walk up. There's four beers on the table and there's three dudes that are 21. And you know how it is. You got the bottom of the beer and you just went and got a refill. You didn't finish it. What's an Article 15? It's non-judicial punishment. It's a big fucking deal for military people. And so people are like, "Well, it's not fair, man. It was just the bottom of the beer." What'd the fucking TI tell you? I never even had a beer on base. I was like, "Fuck it. I've gone this long. I've gone this long without a beer. I can go longer." Since that in some game exist monsters that are designed to be weak against a specific class, by example, low magic resistance, what do you think of Ashes of Creation could exist terrains of open world that could benefit a class in specific? By example, a place that increases mana regeneration. Yes, they're already doing that. Uh, the biomes will have value beyond looking pretty. So there will be certain abilities, certain spells, certain whatever, um, certain things that while you're in the desert, flame spells might be more potent. When you're in the when you are in the Arctic region, ice spells may be more potent, or ice spells may be more potent, and the monsters are weak to fire spells. So there will be a lot of that stuff going on. Now, if it's not all there right at Alpha 1, don't freak out. As Steven said last night in that interview, there are a lot of bits and pieces. There are a lots of bits and pieces um, going on with development. 1 second, I need to look out the window. Holy shit. There's that fucking cold, frozen, wet rain out there. So, um, I have friends that were very junior to me, never at the same command, became friends before I knew they were military. When I would see them, it was always rate, last name, how's it going? If they slipped and used my first name, I'd immediately correct them. Yeah. Um, 100% agree with that. Pokemon logic, got it. Yes. We just have the normal rain in Florida. Man, I want the world to go back to normal because I want to do Halloween Horror Nights this year. I want to do Halloween Horror Nights this year. Last year, they only had 2 haunted houses open when I went. I think it's bullshit they ended up opening a third after I went. But I don't want to book my I don't know if I want to book my trip down to Universal Studios if they're not going to have the haunted houses open. Maybe like skip this year. It's doubtful the world will be normal by October. It is normal. It is doubtful that the world will be back to normal, but they did an amazing job. Universal Studios did an amazing job on the Tooth Fairy haunted house. I went through it 4 times. I went through it every day we were there. I went through it every single day we were there. It was amazing. I went through the other one twice. The other one wasn't as good. I think the other one couldn't have been as good with the restrictions on the plastic and the barriers and stuff they put in place. But the Tooth Fairy was fucking amazing. If you ever do a community event in Orlando, I will almost certainly be in attendance. I would love to do an Orlando meetup. I would love to do an Orlando meetup with Steven. I laughed with him. I laughed with him and said, you want to do a meetup? And then I got criticized by people. Oh, you shouldn't have put him on the spot like that. Does anybody think that if Steven says, oh, I think that would be a cool idea, and then you invite him and he says, I can't because of time, people need to learn that it's all about inviting the person, extending the offer, and not having any expectations that they show up. So I said, yeah, Steven, let's do it Intrepid in Orlando. He's like, that would be fun. What's he going to say? No, fuck all you scrubs. I don't want to hang out with my community. Of course he's going to say that's going to be fun. But then when I say, Steven, are you going to be able, I automatically know he's going to say, no, Jay, I can't make it to Orlando for Halloween Horror Nights because we're knee deep in developing the game. It's a public invitation and then an acceptance of why he can't come. The answers are already written. What is my favorite scary movie? Don't say Showgirls. Why would I say Showgirls is a scary movie? Just because, Jessie from Saved by the Bell looks like she's having some sort of fucking alien abduction seizure in the water. My favorite scary movie. Phantasm. I would say Phantasm is right up there. I would say Phantasm is probably my favorite horror movies. The guy with the ball, the flying orb. Big fan of the first couple of Nightmare. Big fan of the first couple of Nightmares before Elm Street, or Nightmare on Elm Street. If Pinhead held his nose when he sneezed, will his pins fly out? That's a funny one. I'm a big fan of Saw. I'm a big fan of the early Saws. I think the later Saws just got stupid and they were twisted pictures was just keeping the thing alive. I do like Jigsaw. I do like the Saw reboot. Unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere. Let's see. Other horror movies. I mean, obviously all the cult classics. I like Halloween. I like Friday the 13th. I don't think you can. As stupid as Paris Hilton is in this movie, I do think House of Wax is pretty good. I think I think The Evil Dead is pretty good, but I wouldn't call The Evil Dead. I wouldn't. I wouldn't call The Evil Dead a horror movie. I would call The Evil Dead a comedy. Um, yeah, the slasher films though. Trying to think. Um, The House on Haunted Hill. The House on Haunted Hill is pretty good. Um, it is pretty good. I wouldn't say it is really a horror movie though. It is more of uh, a suspense movie. And then shit, I just lost it. Critters. Critters will always have a special place in my heart because I saw that movie when I was way too young and it scared the shit out of me. So Critters is a really good. It's so horrible. It's New Line Cinema back in the 80s, but I mean, I tried watching it with my daughter and she was like, "Dad, this sucks," and I was like, "Fuck you, millennial. You don't understand. You don't know though. You don't know." Anything with little kids with creepy music is enough for me. Yeah. Mayhem from the Ashes. The best is American Werewolf in London. I do like American Werewolf in London. I also like, if you're talking werewolf movies, I like Blood and Chocolate. I like Blood and Chocolate because of Lugaroo. They did a really good werewolf story there. It's not really a horror movie, but we jumped one rabbit hole over because we were talking about werewolves. So, Ashes of Creation though. Good question. I don't mind answering that. Sorry, we're trying to coordinate dinner. My wife isn't really a snow proficient driver, and she wants to go up into town. And she was gonna get food from the place literally a mile away. That would have been okay, but and she's like, "I'm gonna go into town." No, you're not. Fuck you. Stay in the house. We have plenty of food. We have piles and piles of food. You'll be fine. We have ramen. We have enough ramen to outlast the zombie apocalypse here. So, what else, guys? Unfortunately, I said at the beginning of the show, my show is gonna be a little bit still discombobulated. Samsung is gonna replace my monitor, and I'm waiting for that to happen. And unfortunately, trying to get set up with the new PC with only one monitor. Yeah, order pizza. Make the delivery person deal with it. Yeah. So for people who simply will not be able to dedicate 20 hours a week to the game, I have a job, spouse, kids, and a dog. Are there going to be opportunities for us to really enjoy the game and keep up with our friends who have more time to play? You know, I always enjoy when we get this question. I always enjoy when we get this question. Am I going to be able to stay competitive even though I only have half or less of the time of my peers? Well, I don't know. In what else in the world can you stay competitive with people when you only invest half the time? Well, would you expect to stay as physically fit as your friend if your friend spends 40 hours a week in the gym and you only spend 20? Would you expect to stay as fast if you only run 4 times a month and your friend runs 16 times a month? Depends on efficiency, though. There is the discussion of efficiency. However, I'm assuming that you are as efficient as the people you're trying to keep. Like, let me say it this way. I'm going to be playing 12 to 16 hours a day, if not more, every day during launch. Do you really think you're going to be able to keep up with me playing 2 hours a day? The answer is no, because I am very efficient with my time, and there are people that are very efficient with their time. You can have your friends carry you if they are fine with that. Your friends won't be able to carry you because your friends have to be in a position where they can do a carry. And the problem is to get to that point, they will have had to have cleared 8-man content. People are forgetting that in Ashes of Creation, there is no looking for group, there is no looking for raid, there is no automatic party matchmaker. There is nothing wrong with playing a game when you can only play 20 hours a week. You have to realize, though, your expectation of excellence is lower. Your expectation of performance is going to be lower because you simply cannot compete for months until your friends get to the point where they can do a hard carry for you. Now, when your friends get to the point where they can do a hard carry for you, sure, absolutely. Your friends do a hard carry for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Your friends do a hard carry for you. And then what? You still don't have the playtime. I'm not trying to dissuade people from playing Ashes of Creation. But what I am trying to make sure people understand is that if you're playing Ashes of Creation, right? If you're playing Ashes of Creation, and you're playing Ashes of Creation with the expectation that this is like every other game in the world. This is like every other game in the world. It's not going to happen. I would say 20 hours per week will be the average for most of the player base. I would say no. I would say the average for most of the player base is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 32 hours a week. I would say honestly 4 hours a night and 6 hours on the weekends is going to be the average player base. And when you start talking about that, the reason why is there are going to be people who play exactly 16 hours a day for the first 30 days. By the way, did those tortoises in the video swim? There are tortoises. The tortoises don't swim. The tortoises can go in the water. I do need to explain that to Steven, that tortoises should stop at the edge of the water and they should say, no, I don't do that. However, the magic pencil says tortoises in Vera can swim, otherwise you have issues. But that's like that's like that video. That's like that video that people posted of the kid who was all proud of themselves because they threw the turtle in the lake and then it was a tortoise and it died. You should never throw anything in the lake. The turtle doesn't want you to throw it in the lake, by the way, just so we're clear. Take the turtle to the edge of the water if it's lost. Don't throw the turtle in the water. Fuck you. It's not hilarious, V-Man. It's fucking animal cruelty. Yes. You know. I'm talking after the 1 month mad rush. 3 months in, I expect 20 to 30 hours average. No, I don't even think 20 to 30 hours average is... I think 20 to 30 hours is going to be the casuals average. I don't think it's going to be the hardcore players average. It all depends on what's going on your server. I don't think you're going to be able to say a weekly average. Because I think if your node gets a siege flag, dropped on it, and you have 5 days of prep, I would imagine that those 5 days of prep are going to be like max hours every day trying to defend your node. If it's like a fucking post Super Bowl, if it's a post Super Bowl Monday, you might not log in. I'm honestly not sure people have that much time. They do. They absolutely do. Even when I was married in the military, I was gaming 6 hours a night. I mean, people have that much time, especially people who want to be competitive. People who want to be competitive, they find that time. Now, I'm not talking about the casual gamers. I'm not talking about the people that drive me nuts. Okay? The people that drive me nuts are the people who say, I want to be hardcore. And then you say to them, okay, well, we raid these days a week. And they're like, hold up, I don't raid on Fridays. I go to the bar. Stop. You're going to the bar on Friday. You're going to the ball game on Saturday. You're going to the nightclub on Saturday night. You have no desire to be hardcore. There is nothing about you There is nothing about you that is screaming hardcore. Um, and that's fine. I'm not expecting people to straight no life the shit out of this game. I'm expecting my static, who are all like-minded individuals, to straight no life hardcore the game. That's my static. That's not my guild's expectation. I don't set that as the bar. But I will say for my static, we're gonna get shit done. We are going to get shit done. Period. Having a job and going out. And that's the thing. There is nothing wrong with being semi um AOC before hose, no offense meant. No, I am a married man. So um if I wasn't a married man, it would be AOC before everything because, I don't need to have a relationship. The only relationship I need to have is with this very, very sexy, very, very over the top sexy brand new PC next to me. Um we would have a wonderful relationship. Period. Dot. But I don't expect people I don't expect people to uh play at that level to be in my guild. I do expect them to play at that level to be in my static. Um and of course we'll have scheduled days off. Um if we have somebody in our static that's taking a college class, we build stuff around them. But I don't think people are aware of what gamers were like the last time we had a hardcore game like this. Um, I don't think people remember the good days, the bad days, the all or nothing days. It was blood for blood and by the gallons. I don't think people remember that. When you're a hardcore gamer, gaming is your only hobby. The only time you're not on game is when you're doing a hardware upgrade or shit happens like funerals or tests or whatever. Um, and so yeah, EU neckbeards on welfare playing 16 hours a day for years are coming for you. Well, not for you because they'll play in the EU most likely. Well, yeah, I mean, so absolutely. There are people who've said that they're spending the next several years accumulating wealth so that they can take all the time off they want at uh at launch so that they can just straight no life Ashes of Creation. That's actually kind of funny to me. It's actually kind of funny to me that people are gonna just be like, you know, uh, I'm not gonna work. Like and I'm not being funny. These are actually legit people who've said, "Yep, I'm taking off. Like, I'm just gonna quit my job when Ashes comes out." Now that's some hardcore dedication. That's some. It's okay. You can look out the window. That's some fuck your life up fuckery. But that's actually. Oh, he saw me move the monitor. He knows there's a camera on it. Um, that's some next level shit right there, though. I expect to be in a 6-hour queue on Ash's launch day. Well, you might as well, until Steven answers that question, yo, you might as well just count on being a 6-hour queue every day in Ashes. I'm not gonna log out. I'm getting a fucking drinking bird to hit my space bar. Jahlon has been logged in for 295 hours. Steven's gonna PM me, "What's up?" I'm gonna be like, "What's up?" He's like, "You haven't logged out." No, I haven't. Your space bar gets hit at weird intervals. Yup. Drinking bird, baby, drinking bird. Um, I still like. I understand that they don't want to answer that question, but they need to answer that question. Um, if they don't want to answer that question, I won't ask that question if I interview Steven. Only because I know he doesn't want to answer it. So I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm not gonna play stump a chump. I'm not gonna put him on the spot. But they need to explain. It's like this book right here. It's like this book right here. I suggest you all read it. It's called Extreme Ownership. It's by Jocko Willnick and Leaf Babin. Really, really, really think you all should read this book. And oh shit. And ironically, The book is underneath the live stream in my Amazon Blacksmith. I think it's that important. I'm allowed to pick 20 books for professional development. Professional development. Oop. Professional development. Oop. Professional development. So I'm allowed to have 20 books in a heading, and extreme ownership is one of the 20 I picked to put in that um uh list. And yeah, in it says if the people underneath you don't understand what your plan is, it's a bad plan. Because at the end of the day, the people underneath you have to understand why. And so you've got Intrepid Studios and you've got their content creators. And when people ask me about this 50K to 10K ratio, um, I don't have an answer. And so I was reading Extreme Ownership again. It's the second, probably the third time I've read it. This time I read it. In it, they talk about the military operations, they talk about the lesson, and then they talk about the corporate application. Last time I read it, I was reading it for the military part and then the middle piece. And this time I read it for the corporate side. And it literally says if people underneath you don't understand the plan, it's a bad plan. I don't understand the 50K to 10K thing. I'm not saying it's a bad plan, but I'm saying it's a bad plan because I can't. When somebody comes in and says, "Hey, what do you know about this the queues at launch?" I'm going to be like, "I don't." And then it's like, "I don't." Questions into Steven about it. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you when he gets back to me. Stirling engine runs off PC heat to crank through a spacebar hitting machine. Speeds up and slows down based on the PC heat and room temperature. There you go. There you go. Rewarding time spent is good. Just don't put infinite scaling in the game like Diablo 3 when there's nothing but grinding levels. There is no infinite scaling. In Ashes of Creation, there is a hard cap. You reach level 50. That is the end of your vertical progression. Now, you have horizontal progression, and if you want to get into more of horizontal and vertical progression, you can do that at Ashes 101. But you're going to have horizontal progression. Now, inside of each horizontal progression thing, there is, of course, vertical progression. That is just the nature of progression. Unless you're going to make it so that there is just broad and no depth. So you joined a religion. Congratulations. Now everybody's the same. Well, that's not really meaningful. No, you join a religion and you spend your time making rank, becoming a priest, becoming a bishop, becoming a cardinal. You're a PC cardinal. You're a PC ranking member of your religion. So you get to make decisions and you get access to other buffs, and you get access to other augments and stores and recipes. That's meaningful development. That is what stops people from dropping down from a 10-hour-a-week game to a 20-hour-a-week game to a 10-hour-a-week game. For example, and I've used this example many times, Final Fantasy 14. I play that game 2.5 hours a week. I log in, I run my 5 dungeons, I go on. I don't really like grinding all the other classes. I'm excited now for the new expansion pack, but I'm a tank. I like Gunbreaker. They released Gunbreaker. I like Gunbreaker. I like the playstyle. I was a warrior. I was a Dark Knight. My warrior's 80, my Dark Knight's 74, my paladin's 70, all my healers are 80. I like healing in that game. But I like Gunbreaker. My Gunbreaker is mostly geared out. I'm not in a hurry to gear out because, stupidly enough, my next set of gear upgrades make me more tanky, but less damage dealer-y. And right now I can tank everything I want to tank, so I don't need the more tanky stats. So I'm just accumulating the gear very slowly. Now, I don't think that's a very good MMO. I have nothing to do with my time for more than 2.5 hours a week. I'm waiting for the next expansion. I'm waiting for the next DLC. Now, if they did stuff like you could get more powerful if you did X, you could get more powerful if you did Y, you could get more powerful if you did Z, I would go do those things. But as it is right now, those things, they're not in the game. Ashes of Creation will probably keep me busy because I want to be a mayor and I want to be a monarch and I want to be a ranking member of my religion. So I won't be doing dungeon roulette. I won't be logging in specifically to churn a dungeon. I hate looking for group and I hate matchmaker. I hate it because it means you don't have to know anybody. I am grandmaster of all the skills. I can grow you a stew pot of awesome armor to cut with. Yeah, I'm an omnicrafter as well. I could make the next set of gear, the crafted gear, which is ironically better than the the dropped gear, the whatever the tomes run now. But yeah, you don't want to know me anyway. Yeah, the problem is solo cup for life. Red solo cup, I fill you up. You're not gonna walk to a dungeon and have a little sign above your head that says, please take me with you. You're gonna sit at the local tavern and you're gonna be like, I wonder if anybody's recruiting. You're gonna put a little notice up on the board that says, hey guys, Bard down on his luck needs dungeon party. You're also going to find out Ashes of Creation is going to help you in the real world, because Ashes of Creation is going to help you develop your social skills. Because if you don't have social skills, you get dropped from raiding parties. I know it's like this rough thing. It's interesting. People are so lazy trying to socialize these days. I find it amazing when I'm running a dungeon and people won't even say hello back to my wife. My wife is social. I'm not. I'm not a social person. They want to be helped along the way and then complain all the time. Exactly. I go into the dungeon. If somebody asks, I will often do this for people in Final Fantasy. I will see people saying, I need this to progress my storyline. And I'll PM them and I'll say, do you want to progress your storyline or do you want the experience of doing whatever dumb fuck thing it is? And they'll be like, what do you mean? I will say to them, if you want the experience of clearing that content, I'm not your guy. But if you need that content cleared, it'll take me 1 minute and 43 seconds to clear that content for you. You need a Titan hard mode. Do you want to experience Titan hard mode, or do you just need me to go in there and kill Titan for you? Because if you just need me to go in there and kill Titan for you, I can do that in 1 minute and 43 seconds. Invite, unsync, go, do it. Now, the reason why is because I don't find doing Titan hard mode engaging anymore, but I don't want to see somebody suffer and struggle and wait hours and days and weeks and months, while they languish in fucking DPSQ hell. And so sometimes people will be like, no, man, it's okay. I'll wait until I actually do it for myself. I've had other people that be like, thank God, let's just do this a minute. I've had people literally run in there with me and just run off the ledge. And they'll be like, have fun. And be like, that's cool. It's okay. It's going to take me less than a minute to do this. That's bad game design, by the way. That's really, really bad game design. DPS standing outside taverns like Home Depot looking for group. Yeah. There are going to be people who quit Ashes of Creation after 3 months. Because they're gonna say, I don't get it. I don't understand why people don't invite me. Well, people don't invite you because you never try to make friends with the people who do invite you. Guilds are going to be really important. Families are going to be really important. Statics are going to be really important. I don't say that you need to go out and, find one right now, immediately. Right now, find your guild. But you need to start thinking about how are you going to play the game at launch when, how are you going to hide? I picked you up. They want to see you. How are you gonna play the game at launch if you have no social skills? Like how are you gonna pull that off? How are you gonna pull that off? Yeah, I know he's being stubborn. Don't want to be seen. Thinks he's in trouble. Cathead. Huh? Can't lift new camera on the aw. Hi, bud. There he is. Oh, there he is. Down just a little bit. There we go. There you are. Hi, Cloud. Hey, buddy. He knows exactly where the camera is. He knows just how low he has to hide. Hey. Like, no. Oh, you gonna be a jerk like that? You're gonna do me like he's just gonna sit in my lap. He is not gonna let me hold him up for the camera. What jerk. What a jerk face. I never understood people. Yeah, stop embarrassing me, Dad. I never understood people in WoW buying dungeon raid boosts instead of organizing a group and getting it done yourself for free. Well, Flog, one of the things is that they buy the raid group because they want to be sure that they get the loot. I agree with you though. In a game like WoW, and I understand people have tried to explain to me that the open world PvP in WoW has changed. My understanding though is I can still go through WoW and never die to another player. But I don't understand buying gear in WoW. I just don't. If you're buying gear in WoW, you're obviously not in world first runs. So you don't even get the I'm the world's best. I don't know if it's me, but I wonder how good a player that is named I banged your meme is going to be in that dungeon. Yeah, I mean, got to keep in mind Ashes of Creation is going to be a game with consequences and reputation. So I would not be like XX I banged your meme. I think that would be probably a bad name. WoW is plagued with RMT. It's easy to buy a ton of cash with real money and progress faster. Yeah, but my understanding of WoW is that the only progress is the acquisition of gear. And then that's it. You have your set and you're waiting for the next content to come out. I never had a problem with doing the content to get gear. I don't mind a game that is a gear treadmill. That's all Final Fantasy is. Final Fantasy is a gear treadmill. You get X amount of story and then X amount of weeks to get gear until the next things come out where you get X amount of story with dungeons and you get gear. And then a raid will come out and you get done. It's like, it's a cycle. It's an ever-loving cycle. I play it for the story. I happen to enjoy the story. I'm really stoked because I really like the Final Fantasy 2/6 story. So the fact that they're bringing that back makes me happy. With that said, I wouldn't pay for a run to get gear if that's all there is to do in the content. If that's all there is to do, then why are we doing this? Like why are we here? Like what is the goal here? And so I don't understand. All I can say is I don't understand, nor do I need to understand, because it's not going to be like that in Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is not going to be a gear treadmill. There is going to be stuff and things to do, player-driven content. It's like EVE Online is the greatest example of this. EVE Online produces content when they feel like it, and they don't lose a bunch of player base in between. They just give people EVE Online is the closest thing we have to a true sandbox, and EVE Online is still very not true sandboxy. But EVE Online is the closest thing we have to a true sandbox because what you have is a world. You have a you have a world and you have toys. You can officially buy gold in WoW. So yeah, that being able to officially buy um gold or not is rather irrelevant. And since it's not related to an elephant, it is also irrelevant. But legally buying gold is irrelevant if there's nothing to do with it other than the acquisition of gear. It's like George Carlin said, you have an apartment and then you buy stuff and you buy too much stuff, so you got to buy a house. And then you fill up your house with more stuff. And then eventually you get too much stuff and then you get married and then your spouse and you have to get a new house because you've got twice as much stuff. Um you spend money to get gear to get to a point where you can farm your own gear, or you're going to spend money again. You know what I'm saying? Like, all there is to do in WoW is farm the gear. So I don't understand why people pay for it. One day someone will explain it to me. Maybe. Possibly. So, let's see. I will also say that we have some angry people. Angry people on the Discord. Why are people so angry? They're just angry. Like, they don't want to answer the questions. It's like they answer the questions because it's like the ringing phone thing. You ever been in your friend? Well, I know most of you have probably never seen an actual ringing telephone on a desk or a wall or something. But those of you that are old enough to remember this, you remember the thing where you're sitting there and a phone rings, and after the phone rings about the third time, you're like yelling to your buddy, "You want me to get this?" Oh, be right back. Amazon package. Sorry about that. My daughter's iPad case came in. Yeah, I double tapped. I double tapped the mute. So must be phony needs one of those long curly cords. No, I ordered my daughter a new case for her iPad. She packs her iPad around with her all day. She's special needs, so it helps her. She's constantly looking up stuff, looking up words and using the dictionary. I'm very proud of her. If only the teenager would use the dictionary on her phone. Kids these days walk around with a cell phone with more computing power than all the computers used to put the shuttle on the moon, but they can't spell shit. Diablo 3 had a real money auction house at the start. People would buy $5,000 gear and then have the best gear in the game, and then what? The point of the gear was to farm gear. Good game. You just paid to have the game complete and have nothing to do. True. Is it official that Alpha 1 ends on May 6th? No. Thank you, Brockta. It has never been official that Alpha 1 ends on May 6th. This is what happens when people are trying to advance an imaginary agenda. Alpha 1's first test is April 6th through May 6th. They committed to a 6-month schedule. For those of you that aren't familiar with actual alpha testing, this is actually pretty standard, right? I'm actually shocked we got a full month of testing. Usually you don't get that much testing. Usually you get like a 4-day, you get lots of 4 days, and then you get like a 1 week, which we're getting, and then usually you get several 1 weeks in a row before you go straight to a month. But no, Alpha 1 will go as long as Alpha 1 needs to go. Alpha 1 will go as long as Alpha 1 needs to go, and it's gonna go way longer. Okay. I have no agenda. The wording of the creative director letter says we have 3 remaining Alpha 1 testing dates. 3 remaining Alpha 1 testing dates scheduled. 3 remaining Alpha 1 testing dates scheduled. I did see the interview with Steven yesterday. And I wasn't saying you have an agenda. I was saying there's a group of people out there that made it sound like there's only, there was a bunch of people out there that were saying that Alpha 2 starts in June. And I actually asked Steven that question back in October, and he's like, yeah, the only thing we've committed to is the next 6 months. We haven't committed to anything beyond that. And I was like, yeah, I didn't think you had. But you know, there's people out there that are disingenuous with quoting Steven out of context, which is fine. He's a pro at it now. Let's see. I did see the interview with Steven yesterday. It was a good interview. I mean, it was nothing earth-shattering. A couple of the things people really got excited about. I am Jahlon. I am the crusher of hopes and dreams. People were getting all excited about this new information, and I was like, what new information? We've known about that for 2 years. And then they were like, no, we haven't. And I was like, here's the quote. They're like, oh, shit. Like, it sort of makes me laugh. These so-called experts on Ashes of Creation so often get things wrong. And so it's like I see so many things that are wrong anymore, and I can't engage all of them, or I would spend nothing. 6-month expansion with level caps. Yeah, I mean, he talked about expansions and he talked about DLCs. And I mean, he basically said, yes, we're going to have expansion packs. But if you turn around and say we're going to get a level cap expansion every 6 months, well, no, and he never said that. But somebody's going to turn around and say, well, we're going to get the levels are going to go up every 6 months. No, they're not. Because do you have any idea how much design time that is? Do you have any idea how much design time it is to increase the level caps? You will eventually get an expansion pack, the level caps, and get a new continent and some new rules and some new mechanics and some new shit. That'll eventually happen. It's not going to happen. According to WoW, 2 years. WoW got themselves on a 2-year development cycle, but you also have to realize WoW is going to be able to develop faster than WoW is going to be able to develop faster than Ashes, because WoW does a box price, which allows them to develop very aggressively, knowing that they're going to zero the balance out with sales. I don't think if it's people being disingenuous or misunderstanding what he says. No, the people I run into, it's people being disingenuous. It's people advancing an agenda by deliberately quoting out of context. Here's the thing. When people are deliberately quoting out of context, those people are already being disingenuous. Because when you point out the fact they're quoting out of context, if they know they're quoting out of context and they continue their discussion, they're already being disingenuous. I've pointed out to you that quote has been pulled out of context. Go and read, go and watch the minutes before and the minutes after, and you'll understand what he's saying. And they're like, "No, man, this is what he said." Well, I can give you a fucking soundbite of Steven saying the MMO has turned the MMO has turned into a BR. I can give you just, yes, Kapora, this MMO has turned into a BR. I could clip that quote and not have the context of the beginning and the end of it. No, this MMORPG has not turned into a BR. Steven contextually was talking about how he can only hear that shit so many times and not laugh about it. But I could edit that video file down and make it the 7 seconds where he says, yes, this MMORPG has turned into a BR. And I could share that. That would be disingenuous as hell because I know the context of that quote. So there's so many levers to balance in AOC. It will be more difficult to integrate additional levels. It's not just bumping the cap, adding mobs and gear. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would almost venture to say this. I would venture to say that you're going to know when the level cap expansion is coming. Because if Intrepid does it smart, all of the horizontal progression will get expanded before they bump the level cap. You basically are going to level up all of the horizontal progression, the religions, the node benefits, the caravan system, the PvP system. You're going to level up all of that stuff. You're going to allow people to accumulate their buffs from all of those things. And then, and only then, have the level cap go up, and then the artisan system goes up last. That way you can get, because remember, when you add 15 things to the mix, which piece is overtuned? Which piece is overtuned when you add 15 things to the mix? And I don't care which MOBA you play. I do not care which MOBA you play. Whenever a MOBA adds a new character, they are always overtuned. 2 reasons. One of them is disingenuous. They're always overtuned because they're the flavor of the month. They're overtuned. Everybody buys them, spends hard-earned money to get them because they're over fucking tuned. They're also overtuned because it is easier to dial them back than it is to ramp them up. And so when you add new levels, new augments, new gear, new this, new that, new the other, you run into a situation where, oh shit, wow, the power creep is unbelievable. Where did it come from? Where did the power creep come from? And you're suddenly now struggling. You're struggling to fix the balance. Well, what if you gave people parts of it? What if you gave people parts of it? And then you were able to get a flavor of if this needs to be dialed down before we add the rest. Do you think they'll add portals like WoW did to go to the different realm to expand the continent? Or do you think they'll just keep expanding the footprint? No, what they'll do is simple. So you see this map right here? They're going to have hard edges to the map. Now, I've told Steven publicly he can steal this idea because I think my idea works a lot better. Instead of having some magical fucking border of the map about why the world isn't a sphere and having to accept the it's a game mechanic, what they do is they just ring this part of the world with corruption, just like the Battle Royale. Just ring it with corruption and have it be like 19% hit point per tick per second. So somebody can get like 5 seconds past it. Period. Now, say you want to add a continent to the north. Now all you got to do is have an in-game event where you talk about the corruption pulling back. I get that the fact is the corruption is pulled back, and that's why we can return to the world, but maybe they only pull the corruption back enough to let us play on these continents. Then they add their continent to the north, the corruption pulls back in such a way that you've added new zones. Don't give us a portal there. I don't want a portal there. I want to sail there. I want to sail the seven seas with, with my boat, that a special boat that we add for the expansion, that when that boat hits the shoreline, that boat does its transformation and is like a 3-day town. It's like a 3-day starter camp. So those people that have the resources, to make a landfall boat, um, you know, they're the guilds that are like, I'm gonna go to the new lands because I can't get a castle down here. Or maybe some of the guilds that say, you know what? There's different rule sets up on the new island, and I want to go play with those. Hard edges gives islands around the borders a defensive advantage if they have nodes there. Limited edge avenue of approach for siege and raiding. No, not really, J Peeps, because you drop the siege flag on the island, and then you go through the I mean, every one of the islands is approachable. So it's not like you have one of them tucked into a far corner. It's not like one of the islands has its ass tucked up to the defensive wall. So you can get to all of these islands 180. So no, that'll be fine. Maybe players reduce the corruption as part of the pre-expansion content to prepare for the newly added content. I agree. I agree. Firefall did exactly that, a corruption-like mechanic at the edge of their map, and it pushed it back for new places. Yeah. I mean, it works. It works a lot better than having just a bullshit border that says you can't pass. Having Gandalf standing on the edge, thou shalt not pass. Where there are some games that have a killer fish that eat you if you try to swim out too far. Okay. I've never been eaten by a killer fish, but I'll believe you. Let's see. Anthem's fate to be decided this week. Per a report by Bloomberg's Jason, EA will decide what they plan to do with their looter shooter Anthem. NCSoft earnings report points to a surge in Aeon Classic's popularity. Let's see. Crowfall now stops your equipment from dropping. Yeah, I saw that one coming. Let's see. E3 is planning an all-digital event. Well, of course. Blizzard Entertainment celebrates 30 years with a new video showcasing iconic moments from its library. Okay. So, let's see. EQ, the Ocean of Tears, that shark that eats you randomly while you're on the boat. Oh, I don't think I remember that. Maybe the players actually, to achieve the objectives, deserve the expansion content. No, well, I mean, you know what? I'm going to say this. Normally, my immediate answer would be no. But the truth of the matter is, since you're not charging for the expansion content, sure, why not? Maybe, just maybe, the expansion content is out there, and for your server to get it, you actually have to get off your lazy asses and go do something. As long as you do it well. Like I said, you could have boats. Yeah, expansions aren't going to cost money. That's confirmed. That is confirmed. There is no box price. There is no DLC cost. Yeah, holy shit, that's dope. Brockta, I think the light bulb just went off above your head. that most people don't understand. I don't understand why Ashes of Creation is selling so many cosmetics, and it's goddamn unfair, and I'm not going to be able to have every dress ever made because shut the fuck up. They're not charging you a box price. Of course, they're going to sell cosmetics out the wazoo because they need to make money. They need to make money because fucking MMORPGs are the expensive product, are the most expensive product. Well, bro, buy all the cosmetics you want if I get expansions for free. Exactly. Speaking of which, here's my referral code. Because I need to prove to Intrepid I'm still finding you lost sheep and bringing you in to the fold. I am the shepherd of the lost sheep. I am the prophet, Jahlon Snow. And I am like the Pied Piper. I play the music and you show up. February game dates you need to know about. What's coming out in February? Let us find out. Because there was a hot chick on a link. And of course, when there's a hot chick on a link with some news, you gotta click. Because you're not clicking for the news. You're clicking for the hot chick. February dates. God of War for the PS5. Destruction All-Stars. Tom Clancy's The Division 2 for PS5. Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Yeah. I might play that. I do have a capture card in this badass motherfucker. I only have one fucking monitor though. Samsung, you are really interfering with my ability to do what I want with my stream. Werewolf the Apocalypse. I'm a huge World of Darkness fan. Let's see. What else is coming out? Oh wait, is that already out? That's already out. That came out on February 4th. I think I didn't pay attention because I didn't have my computer. Let's see. Yeah. I might grab that. Might stream that. Is cross-platform development hard? Yes. Cross-platform development is hard regardless of the engine you use. I want people to realize this. A lot of people say, well, I don't know why they just don't do X. The reason why they just don't do X is because you need to have a team of developers for the other platforms that you want to go on. Some people are like, well, it's just porting. Having spoken to several game designers, several game developers, they say, no, there's nothing just about cross-platform development. Some engines do make it easier. Yes, absolutely. Some engines do make it easier. Some engines make it a nightmare. There's also the reason why some games never get cross-ported because the engine isn't designed for those consoles. Some people are like, well, I don't understand why they don't put this on PlayStation. They could make so much more money. Well, because they wouldn't make that much more money. Say it costs you $3 million. Say it costs you $3 million to do the port. How many sales do you have to make? Now, keep this in mind. How many sales do you have to make to people that want to play your game so much that they won't play it on a platform you already have it available on, and they'll only play it on the one that costs you $3 million to do the port to? And then people start to do the math, and you realize that is a lot. That is a lot of sales. And then and I always love when people turn around and they do the full price of the game, and they're like, well, $3 million, $59.99 a copy, you got to do like 50,000 copies. And I'm like, you do realize that the game developer doesn't get $59.99, right? The game developer sells copies, it's wholesale. The game developer sells copies of the game to Walmart, Target, all these online shops, GameStop. So they don't get $59.99 a copy. And then I always remind people, whenever you're doing the numbers, take off a third for tax. It's just Corporate taxes, it's easy to do a third. And I know some people are going to say we don't do the tax at the beginning, you do the tax at the end. I get that. We're talking 50,000 foot view for the ease of how little money they make. So not as much as it used to be. They're on the same x86 architecture now. They used to have their own language, so they had to rewrite the game. A little bit, yeah. Little bit. But you also have to realize, unless you're doing the least common denominator, well, now with the new generation consoles, the least common denominator bumped up significantly. But remember, when it was 2020 and you were doing a PC game, and then you were going to cross-port it over to PlayStation and Xbox, you're talking about you have to design to the least common denominator. So that's why people were complaining about a lot of games, because they were like, well, this game runs like shit on PC. Well, yeah, because it's not designed. It's not designed to be running on a 2080, a 20 series graphics cards. It's designed to be running on whatever's in the PS4. So these are all 50,000 foot views, by the way. So long, Stadia. Yeah, Stadia went bye-bye. Well, Stadia is going to go bye-bye. We're not there yet. I've said it multiple times. We are not South Korea. We are not South Korea. We are not every internet service provider has to provide a minimum of 25 down. I say this to people in my neighborhood. They'll ask me, they're like, how's your internet? I'll be like, my internet's fine. Why? Like, because mine's acting up. And I'll be like, okay. They'll be like, they're like, what do you get down? And I'm like, I don't know, 440. And these people freak out and they're like, you get how much down? I'm like, 440. They're like, why do you have that much download? There's 16 devices in my house that are connected to the internet almost all the time. I'm a streamer. I'm a gamer. My wife's a gamer. Being a streamer is more about my upload, but unfortunately, they can't get me my 25. I get 19 is my minimum. 19 up is my minimum. If I miss 19 up, they'll throw me a little money back. But I could spend like an extra $80 a month to get like 900 down, like 35 up. I'm not there. I don't need that. I don't need that to do the stream I want to do. If I needed that to do the stream I want to do, I would do that. So yeah, remember the Stadia executive that Twitch streamers need to pay game devs to stream their content? That was like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. That was like that person's statement is why anybody that works for me as the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated grows. The company policy is you don't have your job title attached to your social media, because when you say something stupid, and you will, my thing is going to be that idiot doesn't represent my company. And then I'm going to pull that person in on Monday morning and be like, how far up your own ass is your head? Hold on one second. My daughter's cat's going crazy. My daughter's cat's outside my daughter's room screaming her head off. And I'm like, why isn't my daughter opening the door? Well, my daughter's not, in there. Pretty far. Sorry, boss. Won't happen again. Opinions posted on my own. Yeah. The problem is that you can't, yeah. That exec doesn't know how things go. Hold on. I gotta, that exec doesn't get to say, well, my opinions are my own. When you work for Stadia, you are in charge of the future direction of Stadia, and you're basically saying, now I will say this, guy. Yeah, you always represent the company. Keep that in mind as well. When you're like a vice president and higher, you always represent the company. There is never a I don't represent the company, which is like I always thought was bullshit in the military. Um, Once I got my commission, I had about 19 briefings over my years of here's like every like quarter it was like here's public affairs, here's the line, here's the new public affairs person's card, here's the number. So if you ever get stopped by the media, like you're out and about and you're like, oh, Captain Jahlon, would you like to make a comment on Spirit moving to Seattle or Boeing not moving to Seattle, blah blah blah, and all the jobs? And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to direct you to the wing public affairs office. Their number is da 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 da. Is there anything else I can do for you? Well, I'd really like a soundbite. Again, I'm going to have to direct you to the. And we were all trained to say the same thing because that way, if you guys don't know this, never, ever, ever give a comment ever about about anything. Never give a comment about anything, especially on camera, because you don't know how they're going to splice. You ever seen where the camera cuts to a guy giving an answer? The person in the studio does a little like op-ed piece and starts talking, and then all of a sudden they cut to a guy on the street and the guy's talking and they make the guy look like a fucking moron. That's because that guy was asked a question on the street in a certain way. He gave an answer in a certain way, but you don't see the reporter on the street asking him the question. You get the fucking Muppet in the studio's op-ed loaded question and then this answer. So that guy at Stadia didn't understand that when you have vice president of whatever in your Twitter profile, then yes, you are representing the company. What you say represents the company. Let's see. There are so many games that I bought just because my favorite streamers were playing and it looked fun. He's a moron. Yeah, now I'm going to say this. Legally, you don't have the right to broadcast a video game. I want everybody to realize that. Technically, when you're broadcasting a video game, you are breaking copyright law. Because the license you inherit from purchasing the video game is a personal use license. Just like when you buy a CD, you get a personal use license. Now, you get a commercial-free personal use license. I have seen like public pools, public wave pools, ice skating rinks, roller skating rinks use CDs. And I have seen some of them get spanked for it. I have seen, and I know of management who've gotten cease and desist letters from record companies because the record company is realizing this laser tag arena CD. You know the fucking thing you put in? Shut up. I have seen DJs get cease and desist letters because they don't have the appropriate licensure to be distributing the music the way it works. Now, some people say, well, why's the music industry got to be a dick like that? Well, because any copyright holder has to aggressively protect their copyright. Otherwise, what you're saying is, I don't care about my copyright and you can go ahead and violate it. Now, video game is the same way. What Brockta is saying is that video game companies make far more money by allowing streamers to play their games than they would if they said you can't play my game. Now, I will say Gears Tactics, when I got my evaluation copy of Gears Tactics, it had a contract with it. And it said you may not have the cut screens full screen with nothing over them. You must have an overlay over the Gears Tactics cut screens. You also may not have, and I forgot how many seconds, and it was like 3 seconds or something of silence, no more than 3 consecutive seconds of silence follow, and it was all spelled out. Like, you could have 3 seconds of silence and then X amount of seconds of talking or music, or I think it was talking, like game review. Because what they didn't want people to do was make videos of all the cutscenes of Gears Tactics before Gears Tactics was available for purchase. And then what do you got to play the game for? You just saw the storyline. You basically made a movie. And that is perfectly within their right to do. And then I've seen people get their channels struck because they're not streaming the game. They're not streaming the gameplay. They're simply streaming a compilation of all of the cutscenes put together. Now, normally, this is a YouTube thing. And normally what happens on YouTube is you get copyright claimed. And then what all a copyright claim on YouTube means is your channel doesn't suffer any penalty, but any money that that particular video makes goes to the person who claimed the video. Um, even if there's an overlay, it still spoils it. Yo, that's the point. By having an overlay on top of the footage, it's designed to spoil it. So that's the purpose. And if you don't want to spoil it, I see what you're saying. Even if there's an overlay on it, it still spoils it. And if you don't want it spoiled, just don't watch it. Right. They're not concerned about the people who's going to be spoiled. They're concerned about the people who are never going to buy the game because they can see all the cut screens from their favorite streamer. They're worried about their profit. They're worried about their bottom line money. So, with that said, streamers gotta tuck their massive e-peens back, because they're going to try to fight the game industry. And let me tell you, they're going to try to fight the game industry, and they're going to lose. Go ahead and stream a game after you've received a C&D from a company that says they don't want you to stream their game anymore. Go ahead and do it, and then watch your channel go away. And I know some people are going to say, well, that's not a really big deal because a streamer can just start another channel. Sure, they can on another platform, because your deal with Twitch is, remember, Twitch is providing the platform on which you are being an idiot. If you become too much ass pain for Twitch, then Twitch will simply say, nice knowing you, go away. And some people try to make the bullshit argument, well, the really big streamers make Twitch a lot of money. No, they don't. Look at what happened when Ninja and Shroud went to Mixer. Only a fraction of their populations, went to Mixer. Everybody else stayed on Twitch, and guess what happened? They stayed on Twitch and they just watched somebody else. So Twitch is like, we don't particularly care. We don't particularly care if you do something stupid. We're not going to defend you. You go do you. We'll do us. If I want to watch illegal stuff, I'll just go to another site. Eastern China sites don't care. Cyberpunk was available 2 weeks before the release there. Yeah. And then, unfortunately, getting China to enforce copyright law from the Western countries is nearly impossible. I'm going to jump up real quick. All these other times I've jumped up, it's to get packages or whatever. I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be back in like less than a minute. You guys get yourself some dinner. I'm starving. I should have eaten, but I'll make something for tonight. But I will be back in about a minute. Alrighty. But yeah, I mean, so streamers need to realize that if they want to pick a fight with game distributors, they're gonna lose. Like, and there's of course there's ways to get around it, but then you need to be covered by Article 10 or yeah, Article 107, copyright protection, Section 107. Has there ever been a company that sued Twitch because streamers on their platform were streaming their game? Isn't Twitch technically enabling copyright violations? No, because what happens is if you contact Twitch, see, Twitch is protected due to the nature of its legality. Twitch puts all the onus on the owner of the channel. It's real simple. If you contact Twitch with a DMCA claim, a lot of people are under the impression that you get an automatic 3 strikes at Twitch, and you don't. And so when I try to tell people this, and again, there are people in the world that want to argue with you over shit that they don't know. Especially the one that I love is when I'm having a discussion with some smaller streamers and I tell them, "Hey, that's not entirely correct. I know in your affiliate contract it says X, but it's not always going to be that way." And then they're like, "Well, what would you know?" Bitch, I have a fucking check mark next to my name, so obviously I know there's a different type of contract out there. So those are the people I don't bother engaging with. Those are the people who they don't care enough because they don't want to learn. I love to learn. If you guys haven't figured this out by now, I love to learn. You guys bring shit up occasionally. Like extreme ownership. I gave away my copy. I gave away most of my books out of my office when I got medically retired. I was literally just talking to people I've known and be like, "Here you go, have a book." I like put my phone number in and be like, "Hey, if you ever need any advice." I've gotten a fucking ton of calls in the last year from logisticians asking me about how to do shit. And I'll be like, "I don't really remember, but this is what I can tell you." But yeah, my community recommends books. I recommend books to my community. I'm all about learning. I am all about learning. And that's why certain people just don't fit well in this show or in this community because they come in like the guy that came in today and the best insult he could have about me was my haircut. And I'm like, "Do you think it was a fucking accident? Did I get attacked by the fucking 1980s? Did a Floby jump out of a closet? No, I cut my hair like this on purpose. Because generally, when I go out, right? When I go out, I generally look something like this. Sometimes, when I'm feeling really froggy and I go out, I look like this. Okay? I, in all honesty, cut my hair in a certain way because my wife likes my long curly hair and I don't like hair on the side. I like the high and tight, but my wife doesn't like the military look anymore because I'm retired. Guess what? I don't have to look at it. If Tamir is happy with the way I look in photographs, and she doesn't mind that I skin the sides and the back down with a razor, then it's a win-win-win all around. I don't have to look at this shit. I don't care. But when somebody comes in and the best thing that they can come up with is make fun of my haircut, like, are you for real right now? Yeah, people come in, this face right here, and the best thing you can come up with is attack my haircut? Like I said, man, don't bother me while I'm streaming. Don't try to interrupt the show. I don't come down to the dock and slap the fucking sailors' dicks out of your mouth while you're trying to make a 20. Like, get out of here. Fuck off. Breaking cameras for years, man. I know, right? Breaking cameras for years. By the way, I did not. I gotta dump a picture onto my. Oh wait, no, I think I already did. I did not realize just how big the 3090 graphics card was I did not fully comprehend the the magnitude of this guy until it got here. Okay, I did not recognize the magnitude of this motherfucker, right? That is a stout. That is a stout little dude. Okay? That is a very, very, very stout little guy, right? Um, yeah. And yes, you see those numbers correctly. That is a 3090. That is a I am rocking a 3090 now. I will tell you that yeah, it's bigger than a Switch. It is fucking huge. It is huge. Um, yeah. I will say this. Got the RTX um I got the RTX software. Um and the NVIDIA broadcast. I'm gonna play around with a little bit of that. Unfortunately, my room setup. I was hoping to use the RTX broadcast for an artificial green screen. Unfortunately, with my room setup and the fact that I'm bichromatically challenged, which means I only like black and white. Um, and uh, the artificial green screen really doesn't work for my setup, but the camera blur, oh, it looks nice. I got to change the lighting in the back. In fact, why are we're not on Reddit today. We don't need to live in a toxic cesspool. Um, we don't need to live in a toxic cesspool. Let's lighten up the background a little bit. Just do that. I need to get RGB lights that are like I'm telling you, man. I have told um there we go. That's better. I have told Elgato that they need to do RGB lights like their panel lights so that they're all controlled from the Stream Deck. I want to make partner with them just so that I can be like, look, I don't need your free shit. Um, I'll promote your shit because you make great products. Yes, I like. There are people who say, well, Stream Decks are expensive, and Stream Decks are expensive, and key lights are expensive. Um, and you can get away, you can do good stuff without them. And yes, absolutely you can. If you're a streamer, you're a video maker, you're trying to get started, and you don't have the money to throw around on your hobby, absolutely, there are better solutions. But at the end of the day, when you can afford a Stream Deck and you can afford Elgato key lights, oh my God, your life is amazing. Vlog, the funny guy, you have a 2070. You hope you can run AOC on low. You'll be able to run AOC just fine on a 2070. It's being built on a 1080. So, yeah, you'll be able to run AOC on. You'll be able to run AOC on a medium high blend. Now a 1080. I do want to tell you this. I only upgraded my PC. We're real talk with financial responsibility. I only upgraded to this beast. This is a nasty bitch. This right here. This is a stripper named Candy. Okay, this PC is a stripper named Candy. She is a nasty bitch. She is yeah. I wanna. But I want to tell you what kind. I want to tell you what kind of nasty bitch, what kind of bad bitch she is. I want you guys to know that I don't get down with I don't get down with just any type of bad bitches, right? Okay. This is what I'm saying here, right? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying right here. I'm saying right here. These aren't bad bitches, right? These are some bad bitches. So this thing right here is a beast, right? It is a stripper named Candy. Now, with that said, you don't need this kind of power. You don't need this kind of power. I said to my wife, she was looking at me and she's like looking at this PC. This PC is 2 feet tall. The tower is 2 feet tall. If you want to know why the tower is 2 feet tall, because I can SLI 3090s in this thing. I will never do that. I will never. I'm thinking about it. Okay, so no, I will never. SLI support is dead. You shut your mouth. SLI support is like disco. It never dies. But yeah, I know. No, what the fuck? Okay, what the fuck do you need to SLI 3090s for when they have 24 gigs of RAM on the video card? Hello? But don't get a 3090. Don't get a 3090 for gaming. Yeah, got a mini nuke power supply in it. I know, right? You have to have 2,000 watts of power to SLI 3090s. It's crazy. But I want 3070 for tops for gaming. And here's why. The 3070 is going to be more power than you need if all you are is a gamer. If you're a gamer, you don't need a 3080, you don't need a 3090. These cards were not built for you. I wish that Nvidia had gone with a different you don't even need a 3080, V-man. If you're a gamer, but you're not a gamer, you're a content creator. So you need a 3080 or a 3090. You don't need anything more than a 3070. If you don't need anything more than a 3070 if you're going to be just a gamer. Because here's why. People like to buy the best. They like to buy the best. But it's like in that scene in Bruce Almighty. It's like the scene in Bruce Almighty where he's got like the souped up sports car and he's like, all this horsepower and nowhere to gallop. And he goes like this and all the cars disappear. I'm not saying that if your wallet can support a 3080, don't buy a 3080. But what do you need it for? Where is the improvement in performance between the 3070 and the 3080? Why did I get a 3090? I'll tell you why. Because I am tired of rendering times in the over 60-minute category when I'm dealing with 4K footage and 2K footage. And I can record 4K footage, right? So why do I not want to record record 4K footage? But when you start dealing with 4K footage files are so big that it's like, all right, I'm going to hit render on this video, and then I'm going to cure cancer. And after I get the FDA's approval, I'm still not going to be done rendering this video. You've missed about 5 months of Ashes of Creation updates. Who's going to catch you up? January, December. Alpha 1 sales may reopen. The next testing date is February 19th. We've gotten the Mage and the Cleric video. You're caught up. Honestly, if you have missed that much, let me tell you, Teddy, there's the link tree for you, Teddy. And if you go to the link tree, if any of you are looking for a single site to just go to catch people up, just go to the link tree and just give that to them. You'll notice that the only place on the link tree that really is like, rah, go Jahlon, is at the very bottom where it says register for Ashes of Creation with the Ashes 101 referral link. That's really the only place. I've made this as not, I've made this as like nonpartisan as possible. I mean, I don't think that Asmongold, the Lazy Peon, Shroud, Summit, Tim the Tapman are even in my weight class when it comes to content creation. Now, of course, I have my interview on there from July with all of them because I did an interview in July. I did an interview in October and I put the Lazy Peons October video in there. So that is like your one-stop shopping. That is like your one-stop shopping. Damn, that was a joke, but that memory is crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's what I do. Uh, Somebody needs to like PM Steven and get him to acknowledge me as the professor of ashes. Like I am the ashes of creation professor. Um, so you don't see your OnlyFans account on there. I don't I don't know. I don't know if I even want to make a joke about this. Um, I don't need the money that badly that I would ever open an Only fans. And then even if I did, I don't think anybody would go to it. Um, uh, I I find I find I'm the father of 5 wonderful daughters. I have more than 5 kids. I have more than 5 people on the planet that call me dad. I have a lot of fosters, a lot of temps, a lot of pull-ins. Um, I have beautiful granddaughters. I have an amazing grandson. Um, I am all about I am all about women's rights and women's equality. Now, um, I have this statement. While I am equally accepting of a woman's right to choose to make whatever choices she wants to make with her assets, some of these streamers simultaneously make questionable decisions with their assets and then complain that they're being objectified. Well, I don't know, honey, but if your tits and ass are on your OnlyFans and then you're surprised when one person spends the $49.99 and then downloads all your pictures and shares them, where's the surprise part come in? If you're going to be the streamer who says, yeah, that's what you're selling, dearie. Exactly. I got offended on Margaret's behalf when somebody made this big deal about the fact that Margaret wears amazing makeup. She's a cosplayer. She's a costumer. And then they referred to her as Queen Margaret. And I said, that's bullshit. While she is Margaret Crone involved with Intrepid Studios, she is Margaret Crone, the executive. She is the community marketing lead, and treat her as such because it is the respectful thing to do. When she is in her cosplay, on her time, on her channel, that's her world. She is an example of how you balance being a corporate executive and having a good time as a gamer and a cosplayer. I actually direct people to her channel to like go, men and women, go watch her because she's knocking it out. I don't have to like her. I don't have to agree with her. We are going to disagree. The reason why we're going to disagree is we're both in the same wheelhouse. We're both in marketing. We're both in advertising. Um, At the end of the day, though, not liking something she says to me on one angle doesn't mean I automatically talk down about her in the other angle. She's kicking my ass in both divisions, right? She's a corporate executive. She's the community marketing lead at Intrepid. She's a partner with a hell of a lot more followers than I have. You see what I'm saying? I don't pull other people down by making comments about people like that. I'm like, shit, she's how far ahead of me? All right, rally up. We gotta go. We gotta march faster. We're at the quick time now. We gotta, that's the next bar. I guess I get it. I think the only reason why they feel that way is because they intend to compartmentalize their life in different sections. But I don't think that should be a surprise. Agreed overall. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If your claim to fame is selling your bath water, right? If your claim to fame is selling your bath water, which she's not even selling her bath water, she's selling water from her bathtub, because she can't sell her bath water, um, because then there'd be all like that, right? That streamer that was selling her bath water, she was literally just selling water from her bathtub because she can't legally sell water she's bathed in because she'll get a health code violation. You can sell water that's come out of your faucet as long as you put non-potable water on the top of it. You're covered. But I am meeting in person. I met her in person at SOE Live in Vegas, really cool person. Are you talking about Margaret? You said her, and then you said here. I'm assuming you meant Margaret. Yeah, Margaret's the kind of person, the person behind the Jahlon character, the person behind the Jahlon um character. Shit, man, I would sit down. Like I said, if Steven called me and said, "Hey Jay, I'm gonna be stuck in the St. Louis airport for about 6 hours on a layover, and I know you're near St. Louis," I would get on the train or I would drive out there. I would have lunch with Steven and I would talk to him, but probably very little of it would be about Ashes. I would just like to know more about the dude's life story. Same thing with Margaret. Be like, "Hey, we got some time. Let's have a beer. I'll buy the pretzels. I want to talk to you, but not about the game. I want to talk to you about how you got to where you are." Um, so uh the whole breast milk thing a few years ago, I still find that stranger than the bathwater. Well, yeah, you should. That is a whole hell of a lot stranger. Later, I broke the demo in EverQuest Next when I copied and then deleted too much in the speed build. Ah, yeah. EverQuest Next. Great idea. Great idea. Bad implementation. You're new here. Welcome. Dance Freddy Dance. I'll give that a cool name. Am I a developer for Ashes of Creation? No, I am not a developer for Ashes of Creation. I am an official content creator in their content creator program. I am the Ashes 101 guy. I am the professor of all things. I am literally, I have a MA in education. I'm retired. I do basically a educational program for Ashes of Creation, making sure everybody who runs into it can get their questions answered. Sometimes we go off on tangents around here, but as soon as we get an Ashes of Creation question, we bring it back in quickly. I am at the moment the front runner of the highest scores of the Ashes of Creation wiki quizzes. I have the highest GPA. I did fail you guys though. I do not have 100% GPA. Sometimes, yeah. If I had a daughter and her life ended by selling her body as a product on the internet, I will be very sad for her, and I will definitely consider I missed something in the way. I have to take care about her. Yeah, my kids haven't ended up that route. I wouldn't judge my kids if they did. Okay, that's a bullshit lie. I would judge the shit out of my kids if they did. I'm not about to sit here. I'm not about to sit here and bullshit you and be like, I wouldn't judge my kids. Fuck yes, I'd judge my kids. You know, my oldest, winner. The next two, struggling. The teenager, she's getting it together. And then the little one gets like the free pass card. The little one was born preemie. The little one's got a bunch of developmental issues. I mean, that happens when you're born 8 weeks early. But she's crushing it. What did I do in the military? While I was enlisted, I was a 4 Alpha 2. That is a biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician. Basically, I fixed all of the medical equipment in a hospital. Then I had a full frontal lobotomy. I mean, a commission, and I was a logistician. I mainly did petroleum and contingency operations, but I am a fully trained logistician. Oh, and during the whole time, I was a green belt in process improvement. Devs might offer Alpha 1 passes again. They'll announce whether or not they do in late Feb. Yes. They are possibly going to reopen Alpha 1 sale. Well, they are more than likely going to reopen Alpha 1 sales at one point. Now, they are going to be $500 more than likely, because how do you sell Alpha 1 now 2 years later cheaper than you sold it 2 years ago? So, let's see. I always wanted to be in the military, but I had parents that wanted me to do the whole school thing. So, let me say this about school. If you guys look underneath the picture, there's a tab that says social, and one of those things says Jahlon on. I have a vlog. I can't believe I'm this old with a vlog, but I have a vlog where I just talk about life, the universe, and everything. The real quick answer is this. College is a key. College is a key that once you add a college degree to your keychain, it is always there. College will open some doors for you. College will not open every door. However, college is not a bad thing to have. College saddled with an unacceptable amount of college debt is a bad thing. But college in and of itself is a good thing. I didn't go into the military until I was 24. If you want to do the military and you're in college, go into the military at 24. You'll be a little bit more seasoned. You still get your GI Bill. You can use your GI Bill for your graduate degree. You can still use TA while you're in the military working on your master's degree. And then you can use your GI Bill for your kids. So education is a good thing. Degrees are a good thing. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. Debt is a bad thing. College debt is a horrible thing. Some people spend their whole lives trying to get out of it. They're usually lawyers and doctors. You were accepted to flight school and decided not to go. I'm an idiot. I made a lot of people mad, including people who wrote letters for me. So yeah, I would have put my boot up your ass if I worked on getting you accepted to flight school and then you didn't go. I would put my boot up your ass. 35 and probably too old. You're 35. You're not too old, but at 35, I wouldn't do it. Because then you're looking at 55 before you can retire. Well, no, I take that back. Now they have the 401k. So, I mean, yeah, if you really wanted to do it, you could join the reserves, serve 6 years, and then say, I did this with my life. Here's an Ash's question. I'm interested in the non-combat crafting and job content. How much of that content is there in comparison to the classic go out and kill monsters content? So, Super, let me tell you that they have a very, very robust artisan system planned. It is completely possible for you to live your life as an artisan. It is completely possible for you to live your life as an artisan, not going out, not schwacking mobs. It's going to be a different style of life. It's going to be a different type of life. And if you're afraid of going out and doing any combat, then your life, the magnitude of how much PvP you're willing to engage in is directly proportional to how successful as an artisan you can be. Because the caravan system is going to be the limiting factor for you. Ashes of Creation doesn't have a world auction house, which means if you need iron and iron isn't available where you live, you're going to have to go to where the iron is and then harvest it or buy it or move it or whatever. And there are the drop rates on death. So being a full-time crafter without ever moving is not a real likely scenario. But as long as you're willing to move around the world and you're willing to engage in some combat, you'll be okay. Now, I know there's going to be people who said, Steven said, yeah, well, what's Steven going to say? There's no way to do it. Of course, if there is one way to do it, any way to do it, Steven can say, yes, there's a way to do it. I don't think that's being disingenuous. I think it's a result of the game is still being developed. Do you think you'll need to level to farm certain nodes? No, because you don't farm nodes. Nodes don't get farmed. So if I'd like to set up a caravan trading route for my artisan business, I will have to level combat abilities. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. One route would be you just make enough money that you hire a mercenary that handles all of your logistics for you. And I've seen that happen in games. Give me 1 second. You guys know that old joke? How do you boil a frog and you put him in the cold water and then heat the water up? I guess it's not a joke. It's more just how you cook a live frog. Um, man, this thing, this fucking thing, heating up this room. It was bad with the cube in here. The fucking 600 more watts of power in the power supply. So, use our nodes by the sea example. Um, so you've got a series of nodes in a row, right? You've got in this we use the nodes by the sea example to show how three nodes are gonna like rely on each other. Yeah, that's why I'm sweating so bad. It's fucking. I'm gonna have to do something with the air in here. I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to get some air. Um, airflow in here some way somehow. Um, but um, if you're living in the node by the sea and you need lumber, somebody needs to bring that lumber. Now you can get the lumber to you by offering a high price, or you could go and get it yourself. Now, if you want to set up a caravan trading route, then you can certainly do that. And that's where having friends helps. Hey, Jay, I've got a shipment of lumber. I need to get it up there. But, you know, who made this drawing? I did. The truth is that if you're shipping off stuff, then you don't care about getting it to a destination. You just sell it for the price. You just sell it for the price and let people pick it up and take it. The trick is going to be if you can sell it for a gold in your node or 5 gold in the other node, then you need to take the caravan up there. If Ashes were to just never come out, what kind of content would you swap to? It's definitely coming out, but I figured it would be a fun through exercise. So if Ashes of Creation were to never come out, if Steven said, you know what, fuck it guys, I'm out. Here's your refunds. Here's all your money back. What are you going to do? I would probably switch to, I of course would switch to Fractured and Defend the Night content creation, but I would probably start doing more coaching of content creators. I like helping content creators because I understand there's a lot of people who do exactly what I do, but when they get, like, I'll give you guys for example, next week I'm meeting with somebody to, clean this up. I designed this steampunk overlay. If you've seen the alerts on it, I don't like the alerts. I don't like they're not transparent. I don't like this layout. But this is the best that I could do because I have very limited art talent. I'm meeting with a guy next week at Visual by Designs, Visual Impulse by Designs studio. They're going to clean this up for me. It's going to be several $1,000s, but that's going to be my overlay for all of my streamers. And then later on, if I have a streamer who's really good, instead of that streamer having to pay a bunch of money to get custom overlays, the corporation will pay for it, but I'll own it. Be like, hey, I own this. I'm licensing it to you to use. Is Fractured out yet? No, it's in testing again soon. I will probably cover Fractured when it's in testing again. I just don't want to get alpha burnout. If you guys know what alpha burnout is, it's because you have to play the same content over and over and over and over and over again. I got burned out on Fractured. I don't want to get burned out. I think it's a really good game. So I'll cover it again soon. Do you know if some areas will only be reachable by ships? Like you can't reach them swimming because of some kind of fatigue system? No, they have said that you can reach anywhere by swimming. Now, the trick to this statement is you can, in fact, reach anywhere by swimming. But that doesn't mean that you won't die on the road or on the swim due to running into a baddie. You might run into a shark. You might run into a kraken. You love my shirt? Yeah, thanks. My wife bought this for me because I'm not a people person. I am not a people person. I am a person. I like individual persons. I hate people as a whole. So whenever I get accused of being an ist, racist, sexist, that's like, you know what? I ain't got time to separate my hatred for people into subcategories. I just hate people. And it usually makes people laugh. I'm like, I'm a person, I'm not a people person. That doesn't mean I can't be in a large group of people if I like all the individual persons. Yeah, I'm an AOCist. Um, so it's also it's also funny. A streamer that doesn't like people. That's why you all are here, because you all feel the same way. It's not that we don't like people; it's that we don't like stupid people. Um, what class do I think I'll play? Like a class combo or whatever. So that's a good question, but I'm going to be honest with you. We don't know what we don't know. I can tell you right now, based on playing in Alpha Zero and playing in APOC, based on playing in those two environments, I will probably not play fighter. I will probably not play rogue. My left hand is really bad. I actually hurt my left bicep muscle, what's left of it, the other day. Um, and my hand control has been bad the last couple of days. And then I tore my right bicep muscle. So my hands aren't really good. Now, if you give me a data port in the back of my head, I will outthink all of you in melee combat. But melee combat is kind of like a young man's game, a gamer with two hands game. So I probably won't play fighter and I probably won't play rogue. Depending on how ranged combat is for the ranger and the mage, and how much of my kit I can build as tab, and how low my damage is by going those tab builds, um, that's going to depend on that. I would imagine what will most likely happen is that I will play cleric, and Tamir will play ranger or mage, and then I'll have to fill in the rest. Depending on people's tab build ranger, yeah, mayhem. Uh, when you have 100% accuracy and the people can't run from you, and it's that's great. Have we checked on the poll results recently? Which archetype and race? I'm not going to check on the poll results. They're there. I will start doing the polls more vocally and getting people to respond to them more when we actually can see some content. So when we start to see the alpha stuff, but I'll start pushing those and then talking about those more. Right now, they're just long-term data gathering instead of like the instant they pop on the Reddit and then they're gone and people get asked the same thing 19 times. So, I actually did. It's always great when you cross off the first thing on your list of things to do after the show. I do want to tell you guys, I have not installed Cyberpunk yet. I keep forgetting to. I keep going to bed and forgetting to hit install. I got to install Cyberpunk tonight. I do want to see what the fucking. I'm going to take fucking Cyberpunk out for a test drive on this bad boy. Be like, yeah, every setting. I'm just going to set my settings to melt my PC. And I'm going to see if she can keep up. Be like, the CD Projekt Red is going to be like, yeah, watch this. I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm ready. They're going to be like, oh shit, he has defeated us. He has more power. You want to try a max action ranger? Mayhem, here's the problem with a max action ranger. And I'm just going to say this because it's how I feel. I don't think a max action ranger is going to work very well, because I don't think you're going to want to have all your melee abilities also. I don't think you're going to want your melee stuff to be action, because remember, if I close within melee distance, you can't shoot me with your bow. I think that mechanic is going to get changed. I think that mechanic will get changed. Why? I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I need to full action fight as a ranger. You're probably going to want to have you're probably gonna wanna have, like, 6 melee abilities for either 6 melee abilities or 6 tab abilities for quick CCs when they get in close, so you can CC them and then juke back out to archer range. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think to just open the window for a second, like, maybe vent out some of the hot air. Um, let's get some of this out of here. But yeah, Ranger's gonna be interesting. Ranger is gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Also, remember, guys, a lot of people are thinking that Rangers only can use a bow. No class is restricted. And then, man, we got some dumb. Yeah. I don't know if some of the people on our Discord who are professing to be smart are either deliberately trolling or deliberately um just they're either punching over their weight class or they're just stupid. I don't know any other way to say it. I don't know if they're trolling. Um no single class is restricted to a single weapon. If you're going to use the 2017 if you're going to use the 2017 footage and say, well, the Ranger, like 9 out of the 10 abilities are with a bow. Well, no shit. What did you think they were going to showcase off in Alpha Zero with the Ranger? Now, Ranger should have predominantly ranged abilities. Now, Jeff did say way back that they were reworking Ranger and making it a jumping in and out of melee thing. Well, yeah, and also remember Jeff said that there is a place in the world for a two-handed Great Maul wielding Ranger. You can build any way you want. It's just some abilities out of your Ranger kit are going to require a bow. Just like some abilities in the tanks kit are going to require a shield. We're not saying you can't be a dual wielding tank. You can be a dual wielding tank. What you can't be is a dual wielding tank that has shield bash because you don't have a shield. Now, can you hot swap in your shield bash, and hot swap back to your dual wield? You can if you're okay with the global cooldown of the weapon swap. Now, some people have said, why would I ever tank dual wield? I don't know. Maybe you're building an evasion. Maybe you're running an evasion build and you run dual weapons that give bonus evasion. I evasion tanked as a ninja in Final Fantasy 11, and people always were like, oh, well, it's just based on the tools. Well, yes, the tool that I use does make the next 3 abilities that I don't evade not hit me. But let me tell you, that didn't stop me from stacking the shit out of evasion, right? Because I wanted my evasion as high as possible so that, okay, I've got 3 blinks on me. Well, if I dodge one, I still have 3 blinks on me. I don't want to sit there and be using tools all the time. I want to evade. Parry tank, yeah. I mean, there are times and places that you're going to have a build where you have a 75%, and I'm making up numbers. I don't know about this about Ashes. But I have a 75% parry rate. Well, guess what? When I know that I'm a special snowflake tank. I am not a bread and butter sword and board tank. But maybe I know that melee with the really big looking fucking two-hander, you know what I'm going to go do, guys? I'm going to charge him. Why? Because I'm going to engage him in combat and make him focus on hitting me. So when I focus, he's not hitting anybody squishy. And he's got a really big axe that does a lot of damage, except I'm parrying 75% of the time. Force him. See, it amazes me how dumb people are. And I say that because there's this group of about 5 people on the official Discord that I don't think they get it. And I think they're trolling. I think they're all the same person, or I think they're all in a private chat together because they say coordinated stupid shit. Now, that might be like the Malkavian Madness Network, where stupid people can just like get on the wavelength of other stupid people, and that's why stupid people are so dangerous in groups, because it's groupthink. But when somebody was talking, and I don't know what it is, Dirty Puma was talking about this AoE aggro ability from some anime. I don't know what it is. Can't remember it. But somebody said, well, that's overpowered and broken if I have to attack the tank for X amount of seconds. First of all, no, it's not. Because both sides are going to have tanks. So remember that. Everything that the enemy has, your side also has. But if I aggro everybody and I force you to attack me for several seconds, or you do less damage if you attack anybody else, there's a lot of different ways to do this. You need to decide, are you going to interrupt that ability, or are you going to let me force you to attack me? And either way, I'm doing my job as a tank. The tank gets rated as an A+. Either you targeted me to preemptively silence or interrupt or interject or stun or sleep or fear or whatever my ability to use this AoE provoke, or I use the AoE provoke and now you're forced to attack me for the next several seconds. That's the tank's job. People are forgetting that Ashes of Creation is built to have tanks be meaningful in PvP. Also, people keep saying this dumb shit, like, you know, we talk about statics. You're going to have an 8-person group. That group is going to have a tank, a healer, a bard, and 5 other people. That's just going to be, it's possible that you have a tank and a healer and 6 other people. But I have faith that a game being designed by a guy that has the last name of Bard will know how to pull off a bard. You know, it's just fucking something tells me he's probably gonna nail that. Now, if you're gonna do 40-man content, you're gonna have 5 tanks, 5 healers, 5 bards, and 25 other people. And there's people that keep telling me, no, I'm not gonna take. Yeah, he also went to Bard College. That's just funny. That's just like a joke inside of a joke. There's people who tell me, well, I'm not gonna take 5 tanks to content. I'm gonna have those tanks sit out. Couple of problems here. Number one, you want to take my static to raid content, but tell me to sit out. Okay, if my static goes to raid content and leaves me sitting on the bench, guess which static doesn't have a tank next dungeon run? That static, because I'm going to go shopping for a guild who doesn't treat me like shit. Number two, if obviously I'm the guild leader, so I don't have stupid rules. I don't have to deal with stupid shit like this. But if I am the static leader and the guild leader says to me, you guys need to show up on Thursday, we're doing this boss. I'm like, okay, all 8 of us will be there. And the guild leader's like, ho, I only need 7 of you. I don't need your tank. I'm going to say to the guild leader, so you don't want my tank? Yeah, well then you don't want any of us. We're going to go run our dungeon. And when the guild leader's like, no, you will be there. Be like, you know what? No, actually, the fuck no, I won't. And my static and I are going to go shopping. And guess what? How hard is it for you to find a guild when you PM the guild leader? Hey man, interested in joining your guild. Had a falling out with my other guild leader. I kind of have one rule for my static. If you want any of us on the raid content, we all show up unless it's off hours. A guild leader's going to be like, I'm about to get a geared tank, a geared healer, a geared bard, and 5 geared damage dealers. And all they want to do is be pulled into content as a static. Guess what? Every guild leader in the world is going to be like, you're hired. All 8 of you, come on in. Why? Because you've got a static, you've got a party you don't have to fucking babysit. It's not like you're a damage dealer. And I'll tell you, damage dealers, you're fucking prima donnas. You're preening peacocks. Your ego needs to be stroked. It's like, I don't know why, but you think you're important. You're really not. Guess what? Target the thing, do damage to it, don't stand in the red shit. You have the easiest fucking job. Do damage and don't stand in the red shit. Don't be a preening peacock. But when you get a new damage dealer who's really good and you say, hey, I'd like to recruit you to my guild, guess what you need to do? You need to build a fucking static around him. DPS is important. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Heal me, I stand in red shit, please. I know, right? Because you want to stand in the red shit to do 300 more DPS, I have to heal you, which prevents me from doing 1100 DPS. Because I can do 1100 DPS as the damage or as the healer and heal you, but you just have to be the very fucking best. You have to be Ash. You have to be the very best Pokemon trainer in the world. And you have to cost me the inability to put all of my dots on the boss, which do 1100 DPS. Or however much we want to say, but it's 3 times as much as yours. Most important is a good tank and a good healer. Yes, you know what? If you have a tank and a healer, if the tank can mitigate all the damage and the healer doesn't run out of mana and doesn't go mana dry, unless the boss has a very, very, very narrow enrage mechanic, you can usually fucking carry. You can usually fucking carry with a good tank and a good healer. Because guess what doesn't happen? If the tank dies, very rarely do any of the DPS have a chance of holding the boss. Maybe if you have an off-tank fighter tank, if you have a, not you, if you have maybe a Dreadnought, right? Maybe a Dreadnought. Maybe you have a Sentinel. Maybe you have a Spellstone. But let's be honest, the only person that you can convince to sub-tank, if it affects their DPS output, then the only person you can really convince is the fighter. Because you can say to the fighter, hey man, I know that going Dreadnought is going to decrease your DPS by a little bit, but it's going to be really important if the tank dies that you can off-tank for several seconds during the res. The fighter will be like, Scooby, sounds good, boss, sounds good. You try to tell a Shadow Guardian, a Sentinel, or a Spellstone, you try to tell a Rogue, a Ranger, or a Mage that it's best for the party if they sub class tank, they're all going to be like, fuck that, if the tank dies, it's the healer's fault, and they're not going to even listen to you. Tell me I'm lying, because you know how these peacocks are. I hope support has a larger role, bards, and a debuffer type class. It does. So move on. You get your wish. A player who plays DPS and does mechanics first and damage after and still does very good damage is an important DPS. But his DPS is a group in the bottom of the totem pole. Actually, the DPS as a group are the top of the totem pole. Here's your fact for the day. Not all, but most totem poles. The guy on the bottom is the most important. The guy at the top is the least. Most people don't know that. Like I said, not universally true, but a lot of the tribes, the most important person is at the bottom. Because, of course, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant explorers, they just naturally assumed top is best. Simon got it. The tower can't stand without the strong base. Will there be ranked PvP in this game? There will be ranked PvP in this game. However, you need to know going into it that this game is not balanced for 1v1. Out of this wonderful matrix of 64 possible classes that you can engage in for fun, activity, and enjoyment, some of them will be a hard counter to you. So some of them will beat your ass. You will beat some ass, and then about a third of them are going to be good fights. Also, keep in mind that you might run into somebody who should be your hard counter, but they have changed their spec, and they have totally flipped the script, and now you're like, oh, I'm a rogue and I beat mages, and then you attack that mage and he's like, bitch, get out of here. And you're like, how did that happen? Well, you ran into a mage who specifically kitted themselves with gear and enchants and subclassing and augments to beat up on rogues. What that means is he has now changed his vulnerabilities. I'm very hyped to see that teamwork will be more important in Ashes than all the one-man show MMOs we got today. Ding, true. I share your thoughts about tank and heal key spots, but not because of the way the class works and what they have to do, but only because of the numbers. As in a group, you'll have less tanks and heals. If they fail, it's a major problem, where if 1 DPS out of 10 fails, it's not a big deal. I disagree with you. I radically disagree with you. Depending on, most games have shitty mechanics, okay? Most games have shitty mechanics. However, I'll give you an example. Final Fantasy XI, until they made the idiot light so fucking big, like, the idiot lights used to be, like, small. Now the go the fuck over there idiot light is giant, red, big, and pulsing, and red swirlies around you. The idiot light for don't stack is so bad now that if you stack, I have zero problem kicking you. At the same time, the stack up, you idiot, is now 8 fucking flashing lights. And people still fuck this shit up. That's a bad DPS. And you say because we're 1 DPS out of 10 fails, it's not a big deal. Except in a game that has good mechanics, anybody fucking up is a huge deal because you just stacked with a red arrow and you just wiped the whole party because you weren't paying attention because you were too busy staring at the porn on your right-hand screen or staring at your female character's ass because that's why gamers make female characters. It's also funny. Hold on? I'm gonna jump out here real quick. I'm gonna jump out here real quick. Can I just say? Can I just say something? All of you people that have ever made fun of me because I used to be a clicker, and all of you people that have ever made fun of a clicker because they're a clicker, you're all fucking hypocrites. And here's why. You say that clickers are substandard DPS because we have to look at the screen to see where our buttons are, and that means that we're not paying attention to what's going on in the fight. But you're the same fucking people who make the argument that you play a female character because you like to stare at female character ass. If you're actually paying attention to what's going on the screen, then how do you have time to stare at ass? And all I'm going to say is I'm staring at what's going on the screen, and I've positioned my keys so I'm out DPSing you because you're too mollified by 8-bit, 16-bit, or 32-bit covered armor female ass. That's all I got to say. My soapbox. Let's see. Tanks definitely have an ego. I have a huge ego, and it's all based on, did you see how much you didn't have to heal this pull? Yeah. Talents, you mod your character model to be all ass, but the problem is that since it's your character model, all that ass is where the head should be. Sorry. You need all the roles working. If one malfunctions, all die. It's all team play. If a DPS can't respect a healer or tank and they think them as their servants, this kid will be under eye level in an expansion. Agreed. Also the fact, I will say this though. I will say this. It is going to be far easier to find a competent damage dealer than it's going to be to find a competent tank. Why? Because competent tanks, competent healers, and competent bards are going to have a friends list 1,000 people deep. Where a competent DPS is liked by like 4 people. Like, a tank is like, you don't suck. And the tank's going to be like, away with you, peasant. The tank's going to be like, I don't need to take your fucking backhanded compliment. I have people who revere me because I play a tank. I play a thankless class. Hey, Jay, what are you doing? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm tending my chickens. Hey, man, our tank hasn't been around for a while, and we got 7 other people in the stat. Can you jump on your tank? Sure, I can absolutely. I'd love to do that for you. I'm the guild leader, and I have every class leveled because I have nothing better to do than to personally solve your problems. And that's the problem with being the guild leader. What I really need is somebody to intercept that between me and the person so that a good NCO can say to them, you don't have a tank? No, we don't have a tank. Sounds like a you problem. You should solve that problem. Let's see. The key is you brag about how you contributed to the team effort, not how big your dick is. But that is bragging about how my dick is. Dude, man, you're both wrong. You're both wrong. You don't brag about how much you contributed to the team effort unless you're a scrub. And you know what you brag about? You brag about the accomplishment that you all accomplished. It doesn't matter who did what, it matters what got done. It doesn't matter if you're if you're on a 7-person relay team and you win the race. It doesn't matter if you're the fastest person or the slowest person. It matters that the 7 of you finish the race in comparable times. Okay? If there's a single point of failure, then the accomplishment is that none of you failed. That's really where your bragging comes in. Not, hey, did you see that I can tank all the tank busters and the healer then doesn't have to heal? That doesn't fucking matter. Okay, because you didn't get to that state on your own anyway. Your static, your guild, your group, your people. Now, if you if you are with your static and you single-handedly accomplished whatever it is you want to brag about, if you single-handedly accomplish it, then sure, man. Then sure. Oh wait, hold on. We got the wrong footage attached to that. Hold on 1 second. I was like, why does the same thing keep popping up? Because problem. March. March and okay. I gotta add more. Sorry. As you guys know, I got the new computer. And I trying to clean stuff up. So if you like I'll be giving an example. I can't go too much into. Oh, I suppose. Fuck it, I can. There's a thing at Officer Training School down at Maxwell, Alabama. It's called Project X. You can look it up if you want to know more about it. It's a German. I think it's a German exercise. There's all these problems that have to be very, very specifically solved. Nobody solves them on their own. Your team solves them. Your team succeeds or your team fails. There is very, very rarely a time where one person is like, I am the fucking bomb. I am the champion. Sometimes you get a person that's damn good. Very rarely. So real scenario there then, how does one solve that problem? So, couple of things. The scenario that we're talking about right now is you have an 8-person static in your guild who can't get content done because their tank keeps no showing. So you have a scenario where you don't have a tank, you haven't been able to keep pace, you're falling behind, and you contact the guild leader directly, hey, we don't have a tank. How do you solve that problem? Number 1, I fire the static leader. I go to that static leader and I say, I am not one to micromanage. However, you can have whichever leader you want. But if your leader is that guy, I'm really not interested in hearing from that guy anymore because he jumped a whole lot of people in place, right? Jumped a whole lot of people in place and came directly to me to solve the problem. Not that I don't have an open door policy. I have an open door policy. However, my open door policy is exactly what Casually Crude said. The static leader shouldn't be coming to me directly to say, I have a problem with my static. The static leader should be joining me in a joint call with the tank officer or the personnel person, however I decide to arrange it for Ashes, saying, we have a problem. And I'm going to say, okay, what's the problem? We don't have a daytime tank for the daytime group. Okay. Static leader, what have you done to recruit one? I haven't. Tank officer group leader, how many spare tanks do we have? We don't. That's a problem. Okay. Personnel officer, where are we on the total number of people? Why is the proportions of our roles so bad? Oh, well, because we've been beefing up for the upcoming. I've been focusing on the upcoming castle siege, so I've been really getting archers and mages recruited. Okay, yes, that's what I told you to do. Static leader, what are you doing to solve your problem? What do you need? Why can't you find a tank? Doesn't your group of 7 people needs a tank? Now, what I will do is I will contact the guild member who's not well, I won't contact him directly. I will go to the personnel person in the tank office, the class officer, and say, go find me out a reason why that tank isn't playing. And in my world, in my guild, I'm in school, my kid is sick, my dog died, work's kicking my ass. I don't have these little nitnoid problems because I inspire communication. Jump on the Discord, post a message, my availability is dropped. Static leader, figure it out. Static leader, figure it out. What do you need to do? Static leader, talk to the other static leaders and say, does anybody have a tank? Does anybody need to, do any statics need to break up for a short period of time? Mix and match. Does anybody want to do a merge sort of thing for the time being? Come to me when you're out of I trieds. But if you're if you're one, and I don't have people, so that we're clear, I don't have people sitting around with the woe is me, I can't solve my problems. Remember, guys, I expect people to read this book, Extreme Ownership. Take take extreme ownership of your problems. As a static leader, you don't have a tank. You've missed 3 dungeon nights because your tank hasn't shown up. My first question is, why the hell did you get to a 3rd dungeon night missed for the same person? Now, there's going to be there's going to be the inevitable. You got a guy in your static, he owns his own snow removal business. It wasn't supposed to snow tonight. Snow started coming down 4 hours early. He's got to go make money. He's got to go make the cheddar. You know, you guys can either get pissed or you can be like, all right, well, we'll shuffle dungeon night. Typical military thinking going on here. Ain't no way I'm going to the chief with this shit. Yeah, exactly. If your static has a leader, not a manager. See, I don't have static managers. I don't have managers. I have leaders. I don't get these problems. I don't get these problems until the person is literally exhausted. Hey man, I have tried really, really hard. I've put up flyers in the local taverns. I started a forum post. I'm talking on our Discord. I'm talking on the server Discord. I'm talking on the regions Discord. We're not really exactly as popular as you think. That's really what I'm coming to you with. I'm not coming to you with guild leader. I need you to hand me a tank. Guild leader, I'm coming to you to let you know I'm finding out information you need, and that information is causing my problems. Now, is there visual hierarchy for this? I'd like to see it represented. Yes, I can do that really quickly. So, it goes something like this. Oh no. Oh no, what is this? What is going on here? So, oh, sorry, that's white. I should have made that black first. Sorry. Didn't mean to burn any corneas out. Okay, so basically what you have is something that looks like this, right? So here's me, right? That's me up there. And here is the rank and file. They aren't even in the pyramid. They are the support. They are the foundation on which the pyramid is built. And it's just a real simple 3-step program. And this is why, because these people down here actually have no authority over the rank and file people. These people have authority over ultimately a static. So you have a static and you have their leader right there. Then up here, we've got shot callers. And these pyramids all change depending on what we're talking about. Because, I mean, this could be static leaders. Sometimes it's going to be crafters, depending on the individual chain. But you got shot callers, but really what you're worried about is the personnel person. Because I don't want to be bothered with personnel decisions. You want to fire somebody. You got this bad apple. Can I draw an apple? You've got this bad apple in your static. You think they should be fired. You want them out of the guild. You are going to kick them out of your static. That is totally on you. However, if you're going to kick somebody out of your static, right? Because you're the blue static. You need to go to this person. And this person's either going to give you an okay or a no. Sometimes you're going to be told no. You're not going to disrupt your static at this point in time. I need your static to be functional. We have been running X raid for X number of weeks. I need your static to remain in place until we clear that raid. We have got too much time, effort, energy invested training all the people in the 40-man raid. I'm not going to do a personnel shift right now. Now, if the static is like, no, you don't understand. Okay. If your complaint is so important that you're going to say, no, you don't understand. And I expect anybody to step up and say, no, you don't understand. That's like a key phrase for, okay, let me do this. Let me take all the distractions off right here. What don't I understand? The guy won't show up for raids. He won't show up for your dungeon raids? Okay. Tell me why. Give me. Then I'm gonna pull that person aside and be like, what the fuck's your problem, man? What is your problem? I'm not gonna say what the fuck's your problem. I'm gonna be like, more specifically, I'm gonna go, hey man, everything okay with you? You got into this guild, you were a good fit. What's going on? Now, there are people who just get the straight boot. Hey, fuck you, man. It's none of your business. Oh, right click, goodbye. If that's how you respond, then when my static leader said you don't understand, the guy's hostile, the guy's irrational. Hey, I want to talk to you, right? Goodbye. Just like you saw I kick people out of this stream. Same thing. Because I view that as a personal failure. How did that person ever get in my guild? How did somebody so toxic get into my guild? Over my light. So, but I mean, if I go to the person and say, hey, your static leader is saying you're having a hard time making the raids, the last thing I expect to hear from that tank is, hey man, my static leader is changing the nights that we're raiding and changing the times, and I'm doing my best, but we raid on a different night every week. I'm gonna be like, oh really? I'm gonna start checking in on all the other people in static. And here's what often happens. The static leader isn't being a very good leader. I find that most people claim that they have the je ne sais quoi of leadership, and they really don't. Then that's my problem, because I gave you the red stamp of approval, and I said you're a static leader, and you aren't hacking it. But see, I believe in developing a culture of leadership. That way I don't get these bullshit problems. I get these bullshit problems like I check the fucking officer chat on Discord, and it's like, okay, good, excellent. Everyone's happy. Because at the end of the day, it's a game, and it's not a job. And so you find the right people to run shit so that they can have fun with it. It's a little white dot, just saying. Do you know what I'm saying? Of course, there are going to be people who just take shit way too seriously. Sometimes you just got to let somebody go, though. You got to be like, you need to go. Sometimes, you need to figure out why, Sometimes you got to figure out why, man, why has your static gone through 4 tanks? What are you guys doing to those tanks? Sometimes, and then somebody said somebody needs to re-roll tank. That actually is going to be a legitimate statement. Hey, you guys keep burning through tanks. Maybe one of you should re-roll tank. None of us want to re-roll. Well, then, I don't know, man, but if I find you one more tank, you better treat him like a fucking gold bar. You better treat him like a fucking gold bar. You better be a superstar. Because stop running out of tanks. I saw this in so many guilds. So many people, so many people wander around like meandering chickens. They just want to be led. What's my process for selecting an officer, static, team leader, personally? I'm really not going to go into my process. I'm not going to go into my process. Mainly because this is going to be on Twitch forever, and then, or this is going to be on YouTube forever, and how a leader goes about selecting people is really a private decision. It's your matrix. It's your layout. It's what you look for, what characteristics you look for. I will tell you what Casually Crude just said. That is absolutely 100% correct. The fastest way to never get promoted in Paradox above rank and file member, if anybody ever asks for extra responsibility, they never get it. Period. What are the necessary characteristics? Ironically, I can tell you, because this wonderful damn book, The Dichotomy of Leadership. A good leader, somebody who's confident but not cocky, courageous but not foolhardy, competitive but a gracious loser, attentive to detail but not obsessed by them, strong but have endurance, a leader and follower, Humble, not passive. Aggressive, not overbearing. Quiet, not silent. Calm, but not robotic. Logical, but not devoid of emotions. Close with the troops, but not so close that one becomes more important than the other. Able to execute extreme ownership while exercising decentralized command. Truthfully, it works like this. You have to be able to be me and follow me. Ultimately, how it works. The necessary characteristics is I never want to hear of a static leader who's taking care of themselves before they're taking care of their people. Because you take care of your static, my officers take care of the static leaders, I take care of the officers, the entire guild takes care of me. Hi buddy. I got you. Can't hide. Oh, claws, your claws are so sharp. Hi. They finally get to see you. Can't hide. Okay. Ultimately, I've seen so many guilds fail because the guild leader thinks the guild exists to gear him out. Truthfully, a good guild leader doesn't care if they're geared out or not until their other people are geared out. I hate leaders who take care of themselves first. Because if you take care of everybody else, if you take care of everybody else, chances are there will be more than a portion left when you've taken care of everybody else. When everybody else is sated, everybody else is satisfied, and you look at what's like you've scooped out a full serving, a full bowl of soup for everybody in the chow line. And you're just scooping and you're not worried because you're not worried if you eat tonight because, you're the guild leader and you eat last. What I have found in my history is that when you get done serving out the second to last bowl and you pick up your bowl and you fill your bowl, there's more than enough left for somebody to have seconds. And normally, an appreciative guild will say, but I'm satisfied and the extras are his. The thing that doesn't work for good leadership is you take 3 bowls at the beginning and then one of your people doesn't eat that night. And this could be whatever you want it to be. Gear, gold, housing. Now, I don't want to make it sound like you're going to be the last person in the siege. So if there's 250 people signed up, you're going to be the one who sits. No, leader needs to be on the field. Only as strong as your weakest member mentality isn't around much anymore. True. But, you're only as strong as your weakest link is an absolute, it's both a absolute leadership truth and it's a physical truth about the strength of a chain. A chain can bear the weight of the weakest link in the chain, period. I've seen a large number fail to good luck, good fight syndrome. No guild will fail because they give good luck, good fight, good luck, high five, GG, WP. No guild will fail because of that. Anybody who says a guild is failing because of that either doesn't want to admit something else happened in the guild, or they're not versed enough in the inner workings of why the guild failed. The truth is, toxic players are like this because they are handicapped. No, they're not. They need someone to carry them so their ego can inflate to the point he or she thinks they're doing all that, and when there's no one to carry them, they start acting like a child, spitting their toxicity on everyone. That's not handicapped. Oh, guild leader girlfriend syndrome. Well, yeah, that right there. That right there. I rattled off all those rules for you. That is basically close with the troops, but not so close that one becomes more important than the other, or more important than the good of the team. Not so close they forget who is in charge. We have found that this is how it works. Tamir is not an officer in the guild. Tamir is my wife, and Tamir cannot give you an order in the guild. He is not an officer. Tamir is not the person you go to bitch about what's going on in the guild. Tamir is the person you go to bitch about how things are going in the gaming organization. My authority as the guild leader and my authority as the progenitor of the Paradox Gaming Network are separate. I can kick somebody out of the guild, and that person, if they're a member of the gaming organization, has the right to go to any officer of the gaming organization and say, I got kicked out and I don't think it was fair. You can go to that person, and if you can convince them to bring it to all the other officers of the gaming organization, they're going to have a vote. And I have chosen people for the gaming organization that do not give a shit about calling me out and telling me I'm wrong. To date, I've never had a member forcibly reinstated over my ban. However, as a guild leader, I have a group of people I answer to outside of the game. Now, to date, I have kicked people out, and to date, they have gone to an officer, and they have said, no, I've got so many complaints about this person, I understand why they finally got kicked. But yeah, the guild leader's girlfriend or the guild leader's wife, 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. I tried having my wife as an officer because she was a stay-at-home mom and I was military, and it gave the guild somebody to go to, and then it created like blurred lines. It also, my wife wasn't a leader, so people got close to my wife and then they were like, well, I don't understand why you're letting this happen. And she'd be like, well, why wouldn't I? It's the guild leader's call. So we wrote some different rules. But now that I'm retired, I need to relook at all that. Now that I'm retired, I'm not going to have 8 to 16 hours before I can address an issue. I'm going to be like, oh, what? There's a fucking issue? Now my guild officers will more than likely have a way to get in touch with me 24 hours a day. And if they abuse that, I'll slap them. Let's see. Yeah, you said the truth is the players are like this because they are handicapped, and then you said I handicapped. I used the word. It doesn't matter if English is your first language or not. English is not my main idiom. Handicapped is the wrong word in with or without quotes. So if English isn't your first language, then let me just tell you the word handicapped shouldn't be used. The word handicap shouldn't be used in that context because it's just the wrong word. Toxic players are like this because they're tolerated. Toxic players are like this because it's the same reason the idiot at the beginning of the show got banned and he said, you've got you're just salty with Samsung. Well, fuck yes, I'm salty with Samsung. They were supposed to have my monitor back to me repaired on Friday. It's Monday, and now they're calling me back on Wednesday to tell me what's going on with my replacement monitor. I don't accept poor customer service. I sure as shit never expect it. If I call you and I say your monitor that was under warranty broke, what are you going to do about it? And then people are like, well, it's your problem. No, it's not my problem. It's their problem. Yes, it is my problem, and I am taking extreme ownership of my problem and saying, I have a problem. That is your problem. I am now making it. Let me actually grab this. I don't know. Oh, here we go. If you guys have never read this, what are you doing? If you guys have never read this, it's called, Who's Got the Monkey? It's The Monkeys on Your Back. It's a really great read. I recommend any of you that have, well, let me just say this. I put the Time article link in there. I recommend you all read it. The reason why I love this article, though, is it's like ballsy in your face. I'm just going to read you one of the rules, and this should convince you to read the whole article. The care and feeding of monkeys. Rule 1. Monkeys should be fed or shot. Otherwise, they will starve to death, and the manager will waste valuable time on postmortems or attempted resurrections. If that doesn't give you a a lead in to read this article because it tells you how to deal with your time management. If it takes you 5 minutes to answer the question in 5 minutes and get the fucking monkey back off your back. I'm going to give you an example. On Saturday, my tax preparer called me. Number one, honestly, I don't give a shit if you call me. The only thing I want my tax preparer to call me, and I'm going to call them back tomorrow and be like, Saturday you called me and told me you had one form left to do. It's now Tuesday. Yeah, it's an excerpt from the 1 Minute Manager Meets the Monkey. Yeah, because it comes from the 1999 article, Who's Got the Monkey? My tax preparer called me and they were trying to put a monkey on my back. They were trying to put a monkey on my back. And they called me and there's a little bit of information I'm going to need from you. Great. Are you ready to copy it? They're like, what? I'm like, you're on the phone. Are you ready? Are you ready for the information? And they're like, well, I was hoping you could come in. Negative. What information do you need? Before I commit to a 20-minute drive there and a 20-minute drive back, what information do you need? I need these 3 things. I don't need to come in for that. Are you ready to copy? They copied it down. I said, okay. They gave me a quick briefing on my federal taxes. They said, your federal taxes are basically done, and you did those really well. Your state taxes, you're going to owe money. And I said, why? And they said, because you didn't do the one more thing, the one more tax. And I was like, okay. And then they're like, and there's this other form that I don't know how to fill out. And they started telling me, I don't want your monkey. I said, well, why don't you go ahead and give me a call back when you have that form filled out? Because if you are the tax expert and you don't know what that form is, why the fuck are you calling the customer telling me you don't know what the form is? Obviously, I'm coming to get your services this year because I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do this shit. So why are you calling me? It's like this. Read the Who's Got the Monkey thing, especially if you have employees. Especially if you have employees. Read it and make a commitment to shoot the monkey or feed it. Never let your employees put a monkey on your back. I got into this habit where people would come to me on Friday as I'm walking out the door with project folders, and they'd say, hey, can you take a look at this over the weekend? And my answer at the beginning, because I thought good leadership was saying, yes, sure. I ended up leaving on Friday with between 6 and 10 project folders in my bag. Now, the monkey has to be cared for. But my employees were putting that monkey on my back on Friday, and I had to haul these 6 to 10 fucking monkeys around with me over the whole weekend. I got in a habit of saying no. So this is how it would go. Hey, Captain, can I give you this project folder? No, I'm sorry. It's Friday, and I'm on my way out the door. Well, I'll go ahead and leave it on your desk. No, what you should really do is you should take that project folder home with you over the weekend, and you should make sure that it's ready for the Monday morning presentation. Now, where's the monkey? The monkey's on their back. So instead of me going home with 6 to 10 monkeys I have to feed over the weekend, looking over these folders, finding all the little minute little fucking bullshit errors in it, which doesn't seem like a lot, but say each one takes me 15 minutes, you're talking 3 to 5 hours of my weekend gone. Whereas I make those 6 to 10 monkeys live on the backs of all the people who are actually responsible for their care and feeding over the weekend. You want to know what actually ended up happening in my world? I didn't have anybody walking up to me on Friday saying, can I look at this? Because on Monday morning, what can you expect happened when we did the Monday morning brief? They had all spent their weekends making sure the preps were done, and I didn't. And so when I saw mistakes on Monday morning, I got to legitimately call out their quality of their work. Now, when did people start coming to me for help? You think they kept coming to me for help at Friday at 4 o'clock while I'm on my way out the door? No. They started showing up at my door at 9 o'clock on Friday because they wanted the monkey to be shot. They wanted to know that the signature was on the paper, Friday was done, and they got to have their weekend too. My employees didn't give a shit about my weekend. They cared about their weekend. That's why they gave it to me at 4 o'clock on a Friday. Well, when I flipped that shit on them, I said, no, you care for your own monkey. You take care of that monkey this weekend, and I will grade your monkey's behavior on Monday morning. So if you have employees, I definitely recommend you see that or read that. Definitely recommend you read that. Alrighty, peeps. This is gonna be boss, I think 23. Oh, we're a little light. 76. We can do this with 76. We can do this with 76. And then I'm gonna read this something about paladins. Right now, I just wanna I wanna finish this. I wanna start the next fight. I wanna take a quick break. Oh, guys, yeah, I'm gonna have to do something, man. I'm gonna have to do something. This room, man. Oh, fucking hot. Oh, I thought it was bad before. I'm gonna have to like figure out. I'm gonna have like the weird thing is the lights behind me are all low wattage bulbs. Maybe the lava lamp is heating up the whole damn office. I don't know, man. It's getting spicy in here, and if it gets spicy, it's getting a little seasoned. We have 2 more bosses to go, and we get a head skin. All right, we're gonna try to do this one in like 15 minutes. We're gonna go for broke. No, we're gonna do 10. We're going in 10. I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'm gonna walk off. I'll be right back. Get yourselves a tea or an alcoholic beverage. I know it's Monday, but you've got my permission. Alrighty. I had a guild where we killed the boss, and one of the paladins asked the other paladins if she needed a drop that the first paladin got, and the wife got really, really pissed because before the other disenchanted it, she says, "Are you sure you don't want it?" And then the wife raised hell with her husband, who forbade us from raiding, told us we had to kick the other paladin from the guild. We reformed a brand new guild and took all of the raiders except the wife. Yeah, man. I see. That's the pie hole. Um, that's the pie hole. People need to shut their pie hole. Um, guild leader's wife, guild leader's girlfriend. You're not the guild leader, so you need to shut it. It's one of the shortest leadership's books I've ever read. I read it after I made Chief Petty Officer. Recommended it to a first class that I really thought would be a great leader. He finished it just 3 months before making CPO. No idea where the book made it to. Been drifting through the fleet for a couple of years now. Yeah. Uh, there is a lot of the Air Force officers are notorious for that. We share articles all the time. That's why I was able to remember the monkey thing. I had a captain who I had a captain who I didn't think very highly of, and I didn't think very highly of her because number one, she lied. And once I catch you in a lie, once I catch you in any lie, I really don't care at that point. Once I catch you in any lie, nope. Once I catch you in any lie, I don't particularly want to hear from you again. Especially when you didn't lie to me, especially when you lied to the commander. Real long story short, I was in '01 and I had one of the more important jobs at the wing just cuz that's that job. It's not me, it's that job. And we got a new captain come in and start telling the commander everything I was doing was wrong. which was funny and ironic because what the captain didn't know was that I did the MAGCOM, the headquarters equivalent of the job when I was enlisted, and I was trained to do the job by the headquarters person. He said, in these months before you go off to OTS, I'm going to teach you a lot of stuff about contingency ops. The dude was also a prior security forces guy, and he was a dog handler. He had scars on his hands, and he used to tell the story. See that scar? That's where the dog got me, but the dog lost. So we got this captain come in, and she came in full of piss and vinegar, like just pissing in everyone's Cheerios. And she starts telling me about how things were at her last base and how great they were and all these awards she won and blah, blah, blah. And so finally, like, the fucking world doesn't have these things called telephones. I called down to the other base she was at, and I was like, hey, can you guys send me like all her binders and all her benchmarks? Because she's up here making my life a living hell about how great things were at your base. And I'll never forget, the person's like, are you sitting down? And I said, yeah. They said, Captain so-and-so got fired from the job you do. She was so bad at it, we failed an exercise. I said, hey, can you do me a favor? And they said, what? I said, can you call my commander and tell the commander that I've officially requested those smart books and like give me some top cover here? And the person was like, I will absolutely do that for you. So they called my commander and explained that I had called down asking for Captain so-and-so's smart books, but they didn't exist, and here's why. And then it was just amazing because after that, that person went out of their way to make my life a living hell. You know. But the truth is, if you had just come in and realized the reason why people PCS is so they get a fresh start, just to have a fresh start. Now, the funny part is that several times throughout my career, she made my life a living hell. And then, you know, I'm retired and she's not. So, okay. Let's see. I can think of one thing similar. I had a guy borrow $20 every Friday, pay it back every Monday for 2 months. Finally, one Monday, I told him to keep it. He never asked me for money after, solved the problem and moved on. No, man, I very, 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 very rarely lend people money. I just say no. I know, like, I know some people say if you've got a family member who's always trying to borrow money, give them the money and say, well, this will be the only money I will give you until you pay me back. And then you give them like $50 and then they never ask you for money again. I say, that's great. You solved your problem, but now grow a fucking pair of balls and a spine. And when that family member says, can I borrow some money? You look at them and say, no. And then when they say, well, why not? Because it's my money. And I said, no. It's like Martin Sheen in the not the American President, the West Wing, where they are talking about the budget resolution, and he says, well, this is the deal, and there is no other deal. And the president says, and I said no. And you'll be responsible for shutting down the government, and then shut it down. It's an amazing scene about negotiation later on, and I think the second part of that. The president says, he's talking to the Speaker of the House. He says, the president says, I will not negotiate with anybody who has a gun to my head. Damn right, man. Damn right. I said no. I think it's brilliant. Don't negotiate with people, especially children. Don't negotiate with children. If you're a new parent or you're eventually going to have 1 or 2 or 3 of the darling Rugrats, stop at 1. Just trust me. Replace your spouse. Don't replace yourself. When they start to make demands, and I said no. Otherwise, you get teenagers, and then they don't know what the word no means. She was pissed because she thought the other paladin was insulting her, implying she didn't know what a gear should have been. That's petty shit. Today, I'd be more likely not to let people borrow money since I'm most of their bosses, and that causes another issue. Yeah, absolutely. Never, ever, ever, ever loan subordinates money. Never loan subordinates money. Never borrow money from your subordinates. Never ever borrow money from your subordinates. That causes all sorts of issues. But people do it, then they get hemmed up. Never borrow gold from your guild. If you borrow money from a guild member, make sure to pay it back. Never ever expect your guild leader to cover a guild member's debts. I don't know where this one comes from either. You lent money to Jimmy, or you lent money to Susie, and Susie or Jimmy doesn't pay you back, and then you come to the guild leader and you're like, "Well, I loaned money to the person, they haven't paid me back." And again, it makes me sound like a dick, but I'm gonna look at you, or I'm gonna say to you in the voice comms, I'm gonna say, "Sounds like a you problem." It's not guild money. I'm not familiar with all the intricacies of uh the details of your deal. Um Now, what I will say is thank you for letting me know, because if Jimmy or Susie tries to cash out all their DKP for gold and then bounce, I'm gonna know something's up. And sometimes right after that like conversation, the person who was named will be like, "I need to cash out all my DKP," and I'll be like, "Hold up a second. Why are you cashing out all your DKP?" And they'll give me some bullshit. I'd be like, "Oh, are you afraid I'm gonna cash out your DKP and give it to the person you owe money to? Like, tell me what's going on." And then that always guilty people usually blow up and they're like, "Well, fuck you." Well, okay, fuck you too. Click, boom, you gotta go. I occasionally borrow money from someone if I have a good relationship in my guild, but only if I know I'll have the money on another character and I'm in a huge hurry, like I need to pick up a huge high ticket item for a raid. Otherwise, I'll just transfer the money across characters. Yeah, and um that's I mean, I see people loaning money to other people. The problem is after 20 some odd years in gaming, um I have found most of the time money gets in the way of friendships. I loan you a million gil. I loan you a million gold. And then you're taking your sweet ass time getting it back to me. And now an item I need to buy came up at a really good deal, but now I don't have. So um, I usually just tell people, you know what I'll do for you? I'll buy the item and I'll hold on to it. And you have 7 days to get the money. Otherwise, I'm either going to use the item or I'm going to sell the item and make a profit. And then people are like, okay, that usually works. If people know you have the item and you're going to make the profit on it. And the thing is that I'll be like, yeah, this is a sweet deal. I didn't notice it. You brought it to my attention. It's your item at this price, but realize I'm going to make 50% if I sell this somewhere else. So you got 7 days to get the money. I did that. I played a craft and I knew the guys who had the materials to pay me back on a gatherer. Yeah. I mean, and then I'm not saying don't work with friends, but yeah, some people know never. Like I know there's people I have been gaming with. I've known them more than half my life. I've been gaming with some people since my teenage years. I will give those people like just give those people gold, and then if they want to give it back to me, they can. It's also like I'm sure you're going to be horribly surprised by this. My wife will be like, up until this game, my wife will be like, I need gold, I need gil, I need this, and I'll be like, okay, here you go. But in Ashes now, I'm gonna be well, and a little bit in Final Fantasy, and a little bit in Arcade, it was make your own damn gold. When she was taking care, when she would get up at 7 o'clock to give the kid a bath, when she would get up to put the kid in bed and all that stuff, then I was like, okay, she's taking time out of her gaming to do my share of the parenting. So then again, I used to just say she was taking time out of her gaming to do her share of the parenting, because my kids, I'll just be like, it's time for bed, lights, sleep, commence sleep. Doesn't work really well. It doesn't work really well at all. Oh, I forgot to do the battle. Thank you. We're going to try with 34. Let's do it. Punching it in for 6. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be kind of close. Guys, I am starving. I am starving. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say I'm going to make my daughter make me ramen, but I'm not going to do that. When my wife and I played together, we had an agreement. If I needed gold, she would give it to me free. And since I'm a hardcore crafter, anytime a new recipe came out that was an upgrade for her, I would farm that shit up and she'd be the first in the guild who had one. That's a good deal. That is a good deal. That's a smart way to do it. Hey, why do you get 3? You get 3 tank. I need 3 tanks. Team Glory. Team Glory getting 3 tanks. We're gonna do another one in 10 minutes. Which will probably turn into 13. Ugh. I'm hungry, and after this, I have to log in to 7 Days to Die, and I need to do my blood moon. Because did you guys, have any of you ever had the horrible experience that is accidentally logging out during your blood moon? If you guys have never played 7 Days to Die, obviously every 7th day, an event happens. I did not know that if you log out during your blood moon, it starts over. So this is months ago, probably years ago. Yeah, it was years ago. One day I was in a horrible insomnia fits. And so I did my blood moon. And then I quit the game and I went into the kitchen, I made some food, and I was like, okay, I'm not tired yet. I went back to my computer. Well, I had gone out and I was repairing the damage to the base. And my base was like the first blood moon, and my base wasn't exactly like able to withstand the blood moon very well. And then I had been out there repairing it. And then when I logged back in, I heard the thunder crack and I heard the howl, and I was like, oh, this is some bullshit. There's some bullshit right up in here. And luckily I had just enough. I was literally at the end using bow and arrow and fighting hand to hand on my stairs. But now we've learned. Worst experience I remember is donating stone in Darkfall. When that came out, I put it in the guild bait for 2 sets of plate. I deposited the stone and was kicked from the guild one day later because they said I didn't play as a team. But I showed another guild how to sneak in over the walls later that week. Nice. Happy Monday. How y'all doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How you doing? Grumpy old man, you know what I like to do? Well, it doesn't work anymore. Well, it doesn't work really in the new build. I used to be a mole. I used to be a mole person in 7 Days to Die, and I would go under a road because the road was asphalt, obviously. Remember when you could build the wood spikes that did damage? Not the spike traps, but the big wood circle. So I would dig under the road, and then I would backfill in multiple rows of blocks so they couldn't get into my tunnel. And I literally would just run back and forth, and they'd be killing themselves. And Wolfus Moon laughed at me. She's like, what is this insanity you're doing? I was like, they're too stupid to dig. She laughed at me. Wolfus Moon is a great survival game player. She is a great survival game player, but I hate the way she fucking builds. I hate it. I can't play with her. I cannot play with her the way she builds. So, not at all. Not even a little bit. Yeah, not anymore, man. They were tricking out the zombies. Yeah. Yeah, one of these days I'll do a 7 Days to Die marathon. I don't think I have any more 24-hour live streams in me, to be honest. I don't think I have any 24-hour live streams left. I think the inventory of those says no, we're full, or we're empty. We're empty. We have issued the last one. What I will say is, for extra life this year, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream, but I'm gonna do a split. I'm gonna do like 12 hours and then go away and sleep and then come back and do another 12 hours. I can't, yeah, 12 plus 12 is what I'll do. I'll start several hours before the Intrepid live stream for the European people. It's not what a boomer. What I will say is I take medication to sleep, and if I don't take the medication to sleep, then it takes me several days to recover. And I ran into that this last time. And and I ended up having an insomnia fit right after Extra Life, and I love the kids. I love messing. I love making money for the kids, but a week and a half of insomnia for one 24-hour stream, that just wasn't worth it. 12 hours is no joke. For some people, around here, I was getting close to 12-hour streams when Ashes was just popping off last July. I was doing 7, 9, 10, 11 hours. I love this. I love doing what I do. I love just answering questions. Usually the show goes off the rails at about the 3-hour part because there's only so much Ashes you can talk. But I have a good time with it, and then we'll get somebody that'll come in here and they'll ask an Ashes question, and they get like a 45-minute lecture. They get all their questions answered. I've been like trolling the forums and the Reddit. There's not really anything going on. Oh, I do want to look at this one. Um, oh, yeah. Some people don't understand the rules, and that's fine. I like when people ask their questions like, um, they said, "I haven't read much on the forums, so forgive me if it's answered." I love this. I love the actually, can I do this? Hold You guys know I can't. I used to have this really slick all everything set up, and now I need my other monitor back. Fucking Samsung. Like, you're gonna call me back in 2 days. And, oh, man, I'm still so hot about that. "We're gonna call you back in 2 days to talk about it." Well, if you know you owe me a monitor, just fucking send me the monitor, like and then I know what they're gonna do. I know what they're gonna do. You guys wanna bet that they're gonna send me a refurbished monitor that's not mine, and I'm gonna be like, "Fuck no, I'm not accepting that. I want my monitor back repaired, or you send me a new one." I don't want a refurbished one, I don't accept it. I don't know how many hours that one's been used. Now, the other thing that's gonna piss me off is my monitors are gonna be burned in at different levels. Um, do you think there will be any room for a dual wielding melee class that also uses utility spells? Yes, dual wield melee is definitely gonna be a thing, and then um, utility, are you talking about, like, CC? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I love this person's question. I love this person's question on so many levels. I haven't read much of the forums, so forgive me if it's been answered. Excellent. Let people know right off the bat what your expertise, what your exposure level of what your exposure level to Ashes of Creation is. Let us know that you don't know a lot. They should send you a new one? Yeah, they absolutely should. Either fix mine or send me a new one. They should send me 2 new ones for fucking around. Actually, they should send me a replacement, and as a content creator, they should send me a 42-inch for my desk. Say one node is going to declare a siege on a neighboring node, and that neighboring node hears it and decides to declare war on the original node to save their own. Well, node siege goes both ways to avoid abusive nodes by declaring siege just to save one. I love the fact that the person asked the question the way they did, but they also know, they also don't know anything. They don't know anything. But I'm glad that they ask the question the way they did. I love when people do that. On top of that, a wall mount and an arm mount for each monitor. I already have the mounts. Isn't this just like the saddest looking face? The saddest looking face. It's like there should be a monitor. This is like Wally, man. Wally's like, where's the mount? Where is Eva? Eva. I've been staring at this sad looking motherfucking thing for like 10 days now. It's so sad. Monitor, where are you? Monitor, come back to me. Sorry, I hurt your feelings. I also hate the fact that I don't have my camera mounted on the monitor arm, but I don't want to do that until I see how much space that monitor takes. Although, guys, I'm not going to lie. I did talk to Tamir about getting a 42-inch monitor on my desk and then taking these 2 monitor arms and mounting them on the sides and swinging them out and having like all the way around. Think my fucking office is hot now. Imagine throwing a 42-inch monitor in it on top of everything else. Streaming in panoramic view. I know, right? I know. Ah. Well, you could print a female character ass and tape it on there. Yeah. Bad man. You bad man. Uh, I will say, you seen those people that have like the thousands and thousands of dollars worth of thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment in order to stream like Microsoft Flight Simulator? Those people are dedicated. All right, we're a little short. We can't start. Little short. So get our asses kicked if we started right now. Oh, this is a 1 star? No, we'll be okay. 29. We're going for it. The special teams coach has said they're going for 6. 4th and 51. And the quarterback drops into the shotgun. Who are they? The New York Jets? Later, Zetrix. A cheap solution that is low energy from an electrician looking to a mini split for your room. No, man, it's just, I can tell you what the problem is. It has nothing to do with the equipment. What it really has to do with is it has to do with this house is like completely fucked up when it comes to the way the HVAC in this house is done. The furnace is on the 2nd floor. And the way these rooms are, yeah, it's horrible bad airflow. So because the furnace is on the 2nd floor, I have to have the door shut. Because if I didn't have the door shut, you would hear, because the furnace is on the 2nd floor, I have to have an exhaust fan that goes off every 20 to 40 minutes to make sure there's no buildup of carbon monoxide on the 2nd floor. So that thing is loud as shit. So if I had the door, I actually had to take the door off and I had to get a solid core door. So that's one problem. I have a solid core door. Number 2, believe it or not, this house doesn't have any return vents. So hot air comes in here, the door is closed, and because the bathroom door is closed and my daughter's bedroom door is closed, what ends up happening is all the hot air builds up in here and my daughter's room. And because it's not getting out to the thermostat never shuts off. So fucking hot air that's why sometimes you'll see me, that's why sometimes you will see me get up and just be like, I gotta open the door. I gotta get another key. And, Honeywell has a thermostat with a remote thermometer. Yeah, they do. The problem is, keep in mind, my thermostat's on the 2nd floor and the rest of the house needs the heat. 99% of the homes here have basements, so I've never heard of a furnace on the 2nd floor. Yeah, yeah, surprised your fan hasn't quit working. Room's overpressured. The thing is that normally the doors are open, so that's how that's how they design floor. It's you're just supposed to have an open floor plan and have your doors open. That doesn't work when you have teenagers, and it doesn't work when you have daughters. Daughters tend to like their rooms. They tend to like their privacy. And that's okay. I also have this bad habit of when I hit a opening a window won't really help. None of that cold air will come in. Except what does happen is, since the hot air is coming up off the floor from all the like basically the PC, uh, the window's right there. So as the hot air opens up, you actually you feel the hot air leaving. So yeah, cold air doesn't come in, doesn't the hot air leave? Yeah, exactly. The hot air. I don't care about the cold air coming in. I care about the hot air going out. No, it's funny. I have this bad habit of with privacy locks. I hit the door and I'll pop the privacy lock just because I hit the door so hard. So my daughter's bedroom has an actual exterior door handle. So I the keys just up on the keys up on the door frame, and I have 6 spares. She knows not to steal the she knows not to steal the key. But that way because I don't want to walk in. I don't want to walk in on my kids changing. Um, but 2 o'clock in the morning, check on my kids, make sure they're all nicely tucked in. Oh my god, and my teenager has to have her door locked with a actual lock because Gizmo uh likes to go in there and sleep with her, and it disrupts her and her own schedule. It's Jahlon at night. It is Jahlon at night. I'm usually here on Mondays. And not halfway out the window going to a party. Yeah. Um my kids know. My kids know the rules. Okay? My kids could probably sneak out of the second floor. My teenager could probably sneak out of the second floor because the deck is under her window. The problem is my teenager is a 5'3" shorty. And so she could sneak out. She could sneak out, but she wouldn't be able to get back in because she would have nowhere to put her feet. Because underneath her window is another set of windows. So she'd end up she'd have to kick or press off of the glass, and that's a surefire way to break a window. And then, let's be real here. I don't care if it's 2021. You sneak out my house, that's one thing. You break my damn window coming in, that's an ass whooping. Besides, I believe in just having transparent parenting. My daughter says to me, "Hey, can I go to the party?" Yes. Is there going to be alcohol there? Yes. Are you 21? No. Seeing. Plus, I live in a military town. So most of the kids are military kids. So we don't have too much of that bullshit. We don't have too much of that bullshit because parents here aren't going to put up with it. You know. I'd invest in a retractable loose ladder. Yeah, Sir White Fang, because I'm not going to notice a fucking retractable loose ladder, dangling off the side of my fucking house. There's this big ass ladder. Like, it's like people always say to me about those. You don't have a ladder. You don't have a ladder for your kids. Yeah, I got cameras too, so. People will be like, I've had friends of the family come over, and on my second floor, they'll be like, "You don't have a ladder to get down to the first floor." The fuck do I need a ladder to get down to the first floor? And they're like, "Well, what if there's a fire on your first floor?" We're 9 feet up in the air. We're 9 feet up in the air. The only person I would have a hard time with is helping my wife out the window. And let's be honest for a second. Do you really believe that my prior Air Force wife is going to balk at the idea of jumping 9 feet if the fucking house is on fire? Come on. If you've got a third floor, you need a ladder. It's 9 feet. By the time I help my children out the window, they're 6 feet off the ground, right? And my wife's going to be like, "You got this, honey." She's just going to be like, she'll probably fucking head first out it and just fucking tuck and roll. Yeah, cats are fine. Just toss them out the window. They'll survive. Yeah, I mean, the problem is I'm more concerned about what the fuck am I going to do with the cats if there is a fire, because their carriers are in the garage. What? I'm pretty sure the cats aren't going to give a shit. Open up the truck, People have the weirdest fucking problems. Catching them would be fun as well. Now, if we dropped 3 of our cats would hit 3 of our cats would drop and just hit the ground. They don't like outside. My idiot would be I'd have to like fucking I'd be boxing with him and shit. Fucking settle down. He'd be like, "Let me go." Be like, "No, because you'll hit the ground and run off." It's just like people said, if what's your plan if your house catches on fire? Hit the grass, start my SUV, back my SUV off of the driveway. So back my SUV off of the driveway so I don't lose both my cars. And let me tell you, at this point, I would love to say I would run into this office and save this computer. It's insured. This computer wouldn't make, yeah, that'd be a funny fucking tech support ticket with Origin. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna need some tech support. Why? Oh, my computer burned in a fire and it's under warranty. Could you imagine that fucking warranty ticket? I'm gonna need all replacement parts on my warranty. Yeah, there's no way, man. This PC is like 60 pounds. There's no fucking way. This thing would not be making the drop with me. I don't even think I could strap this thing to my back and safely make the drop. Especially since the 3090 is sort of hanging. Oh, I didn't think this far. Oh, I gotta go save that. The foam. Shit. I hope that didn't get thrown out. It did. Your cat, you got my 3090? Yeah, man, I got my 3090. The 3090 is a fucking beast. Thing is a fucking beast. Yeah, you could always just take the 3090, right? Yeah. No shit. Like, you're like, what are you doing? I'm getting the graphics card. Nah, it's okay. My I have it listed specifically on my insurance. I don't just have like I pay extra money for all of my computer equipment. Wow, you're just being belligerent. So we're gonna try that again. Yeah, I pay extra money. All of my computer equipment by serial number and stock number and stuff is protected. Yeah, man, that is a huge bitch of a graphics card. That is a big bitch. That is a big graphics card. I mean, the whole tower itself is 2 feet. The tower itself is 2 feet tall. So that is a big boy or big girl. Whatever. My cat would just be angry that I woke her up dropping her out the window. Yeah, probably. Like my cat is a strange little guy. I can't show you the picture of him right now. I don't have the mobile cam reset back up. He's got a cat stand and a little tiny one for kittens and then a big one for the mom cat. His fucking 12-pound ass sleeps in the kitten one. He also sleeps in clothes baskets. We find him like we're walking around the house. That's what Ashes of Creation needs. Ashes of Creation needs cats. It needs cats to follow us around on the freeholds and stuff. That's absolutely positively what we need. Without a doubt. That is what we need. Corgis and cats for the win. Yes. Yes. So today I got the newsletter for Ashes, January update or something, and yeah, thoughts on how ready it will be for the alphas. So it's not going to be ready for the alphas because the alpha that they're doing is designed to test the combat redesign. See, a lot of people are under the impression that this is a import alpha. And what I mean by an import alpha is people are expecting the game to be almost in a finished ready state. The game's not even built yet. Now, I will say I have beaten Intrepid up a little bit. I do think that they are a lot farther behind schedule than they like to let on. With that said, though, there's probably reasons. There's probably reasons why they're not as far as they want to be. Any release date? No, we won't have a release date until the end of 2021 at the very soonest. You're probably not looking at having a release date for 18 months. And I'm not saying the release is in 18 months. I'm saying you won't have the release date for 18 months. Um, they're not going to give you a release date until they're into Alpha 2. Now, the thing with this, it goes something like this. They have a lot of systems that are still on the designing room floor, the desk, the bench, every single place. They're still actively designing this game. Now, they are getting a little bit better at their marketing. They're getting a little bit better at their marketing. They're getting a little bit better in their stuff. Oh, okay. So you heard from Michael Bacon that they don't have the world map designed yet. I'm a little concerned about that. I am a little concerned that the world map is still not designed. Now, I don't have any insider information about anything. I can only look at the board, and this is like that episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation, where Riker is in the Ferengi brig and he's trying to play three-dimensional chess, and he says, "I can only see half the board." I am concerned by the fact that they don't have the entire world map done yet. And that's because getting the whole world map, this big ass map done, then that's only the very first step. They get the map done, and then Jeff and the design team have to go through, they have to populate that. However, the reason why I'm not like Chicken Little, the sky is falling, is this. Early on, we heard that Intrepid was designing the tools that they would need to design their world. If they have all of the assets made, generally what's happening is you're designing this biome, so everybody is working on this biome's stuff. Well, it is completely feasible that they have tons of creatures done, meshed, modeled stats for. And so instead of everybody working on the same thing as they go, it is completely possible that they have a lot of the stuff built from different departments. Like they have a lot of the creatures already done. So when Jeff, and I'm going to pick a zone. I don't have any knowledge about what they're working on next. It is possible that they have all the Arctic creatures done. So when Jeff, a year ago, he laid out what assets he needs for the year-long thing, he said, I need Arctic foxes, I need Colossus penguins, I need polar bears, I need this, that, and the other, and like 10 things for the Arctic zone. When Bacon and his team finish up the Arctic zone, and they say to Jeff, all right, we're done with the Arctic zone. Steven looks at the Arctic zone and he's like, I like it. Don't change anything else. I love it. It's great. Beautiful. Perfect. Go. Then Jeff goes in there. The piece of time that would happen between Jeff saying, okay, now the biome is done. Now go build me those assets. That's been happening concurrently with the other development. Intrepid did a really good job of having very dedicated environmental artists, very dedicated character artists, very dedicated asset artists. So, like I said, Jeff could sit down with the design team and say, okay, we're going to go populate the world now, and here's all of our toys. We have our box of mechs, and they're all painted. All of our 40K figures are done, and we don't have to build anything, and I don't have to keep sending stuff over to the design team, the asset team, the character team to say, I need this. All those pieces are already in Jeff's toolbox. So it is possible that while we are still lagging behind reasonable milestones. It's possible that they're going to be able to keep their foot on the accelerator and chug along at 70 a lot longer than we originally thought. It's also possible that I'm completely full of shit and we're one we're one chicken sandwich away from the wheels falling off of this bitch. All right. I want people to realize that I'm just looking at it from the outside perspective. You guys know, of course, if I knew that we were one chicken sandwich away from the wheels falling off, I would say something. Unless I was under an NDA that prevented me from saying something. But let's be honest, you all know me. I know a lot of you. Would I still be streaming 15 hours a week, Ashes of Creation only, if I knew we were one chicken sandwich away from crazy, right? Would I still be doing that? It would be like, people would be like, Jay, what are you streaming? I'd be like, I'm gonna do some Cyberpunk today. Shut up, talents. I would be like, I'm gonna do some Cyberpunk, I'm gonna do some Fractured, I'm gonna do some Final Fantasy. If I ever stop, because if I have an NDA in place, says it's as Stream Elements shares the sign up. Oh no, I deliberately kicked that. I called for that to share that. We're here. We'd be here to see who got the chicken sandwich giveaway. Yeah, exactly. But if I will let you guys know this, the little wink, wink, nudge, nudge is if I ever stop talking about Ashes, and I am never talking about Ashes, and I constantly keep deflecting, you probably can read in between the lines. With that said, I have so many NDAs with Intrepid Studios. I'm pretty certain that, well, I'm not pretty certain. I am 100% certain at this point. Anything Steven tells me in a private message, I need to be like, can I share this? And I always do, because that's how you get questions answered, by not running off. Not running off with every little tidbit of information you get. Be like, that's how you get a game developer to take you seriously. Hey, got some feedback for you. He doesn't always respond to it, but when he does, I don't take. Oh, Steven talked to me today. Have they talked about monsters and how far they allow them to roam from their spawn point? No, they haven't. And that's a good question. You generally don't want the monsters to have a very far roam area. Not ordinary everyday life monsters. World bosses, elite mobs, they're a little bit easier. They're a little bit easier to let them have like a very large playground. The problem is that you don't want ordinary monsters to just be able to venture around due to leashing. If you're going to have leashing, not every game has leashing. Final Fantasy 11, gotta be trained to the zone line. Clear the way, boys. Or the problem you run into is if you let them venture away too far, then you start getting too many assets in one grid and not enough assets in another grid and lagging. Yeah, incoming train, right? Also, when you populate the world, you make sure to populate, like, because you know what you're linking. You guys linking what when you pull one mob and another mob comes with it. Final Fantasy 14 is so stupid with this. When you click on one mob, it shoots an arrow out to every other mob that's going to link with it. It's like, this is so, like, my 7-year-old plays Final Fantasy 14, just so you guys are aware of how easy it is. My 7-year-old is just about got it mastered. There's nothing hard with it. Remember that huge AoE meteor storm from APOC after they changed it? Think they will put that in the game? Oh, you mean damn that sucks? You mean this one? I think my daughter's trying to coax my cat out of my office. Sorry guys, some of this stuff I'm still trying. Muscle memory tells me what these drives are, and now I have to relearn them all because I was stupid, and I'm gonna say that I was stupid. I should have just put 4 drives in this machine so it matched my other one, and I didn't. So all my drive letters are one off. But yeah, this thing, I love this thing. This is my great. This other than the noob tube smackdown I laid on Crojack in his party. This is my greatest kill. This is my greatest kill in APOC. This poor motherfucker. He's just like, oh shit, I'm dead. Like, you dodge the initial meteor and you don't get hit. And you're like, I'm gonna square up like a boss. Oh, I got my boom, I'm dead. Oh, fuck, bang, fuck, I'm dead. He got me. That's my greatest kill. I don't have very many. Yeah, this was his first game. He was like, yeah, I dodged it. You suck, mage. Yeah, I'm behind you. And then Jahlon was like, I'm gonna make a sandwich. Yeah. Right. I don't think I won that game. I don't think I won that game. In fact, I'm pretty certain I didn't win that game. I did win one game with a meteor storm. I killed both of, so I guess that would be like that would probably be my number 3. My number 2 is there were 3 people left. They were fighting each other in melee range. It's on my highlight reel. They were fighting each other at melee range, and I shot a meteor at them, and I killed them both. And I was like, I'll take it. And then my best win though, yeah, good game, well played. Exactly. My best win in APOC comes from no kills at all. No kills at all. Everybody else was too busy fighting each other, and I just hid in the I just hid in the building that the circle was in. Put up a bulwark. They couldn't get in. The only safe spot was in the building. 0 kills. Let the storm do my heavy lifting for me. My heavy lifting, like I'm gonna embarrass him. There's a guy on the official Discord. He's so gonna shoot me. I make fun of him. He didn't reload his crossbow, and so I want you guys. Oh, I want you guys to realize, you only need 1 hit point. Oh, what happened? Where did it go? What is going on? Things are breaking. I don't like when things. I'll do this one more time. Because it's just too damn funny. You will notice I have exactly 1 hit point when I kill him. If he had reloaded his crossbow, he would have been fine. But no arrow, Spooge. No arrow. And away you die. Right there. 1 hit point. Because all you need is 1, right? All you need is 1 hit point. All the other ones are extra credit. You know what you call a winner? The person who has the most points at the end. No, you know what you call a winner? The person who gets this on their screen. That's it. It doesn't matter. That's all that matters. All that matters is that you're alive and the other guy's dead. I do want to say I am happy that you're starting to see little bits and pieces. This is kind of old at this point, but you see the bear? Bear. You see the bear? I'm a big fan of the bar. Not the bar, not the bear that we have running around our community. That guy is such a fucking muppet too, man. I told the community to leave him alone. I said, leave him alone. I said, leave the dude alone. And then he mouthed off and he smarted off on the other Discord. I was like, okay, if you're gonna smart off because I say leave you alone and you want to read into the comment, I said leave this guy alone. I mean, he's you know, mentally ill. His antics got him visited by the FBI. Leave him be. Just leave him be. He's like, I can't believe Jahlon said this and he knows what had happened. I said, I wasn't saying it was your fault. I just said your antics got you a visit by the FBI. Your antics include how you behave in the Discord. Could you imagine? Could you imagine pissing off somebody so much they called the FBI on you? And then could you imagine the FBI showing up at your house? And then you not getting the hint? And then I said, "Leave him alone." And then he mouthed off. I was like, "Okay, whatever. Fuck, fine. Ruin his life." Well, what's the appropriate answer here? What am I supposed to say? Feel bad for the dude. Ah, you want a bear? You want a bear? Bar. The bears. Ditka. Sausage. Ah, you don't have a brew bear? I have a brew bear. I also have the tavern. You do not. Oh, sad face. I just saw somebody did random on the Discord. Oh no, it wasn't random. They did somebody linked the Tree Tavern. I own the Tree Tavern. So it's gonna be so weird, man. It's like I own the Tree Tavern and then I own all of the like dark cosmetics. So it's gonna be like such a misfit. Because I'm gonna have this really nice tavern and it's gonna be surrounded by all the other bizarre ones. Where the hell do I have? I don't even know. I gotta get some of these. Oh no, where is it? Um. Oh no, I don't have it. Where it? I will be working on getting all of my stuff cleaned up. Tamir laughed at me because I had to go downstairs like 4 times to get all of my bits and pieces, and she's like, "Why are you coming down again?" I said, "I have like 6 folders named Ashes, and I'm not sure if I've got them all." It just laughed. She's just making fun of me. And then she made fun of me, and I was like, "Yeah, we'll see who sets up your next computer." I think she stopped making fun of me at that point. Alrighty, last fight of the day, 69 to 66. 69 to 66. I gotta do a match where you all don't stand next to me, because I gotta finish getting my kills. I gotta get my 50 kills. So I think on Wednesday I'm gonna like block off, do not stack next to me. I gotta get my kills. Grumpy old man with a buffalo. Good times. My 2 kills. How long do I have on that one, by the way? Oh, I gotta go to quests. I have one. Oh, I won't get it done. One day. 24. No, I won't get it done. That's okay. So guys, I would like to thank you for spending the last 5 hours with me. It is always amazing. I love the show. I love what I do. I love, of course, Mr. J. I did realize my camera is off-centered. I do get it. I gotta get the other monitor in, and I'll remount the camera. I will be back on Wednesday. Thank you to the community for reminding me that the stream schedule wasn't accurate. I have fixed that. So now when I'm not online, you click schedule, it will tell you exactly when I will be here and your time.